The new Modus Super Series champion.
Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith.
It's match down.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's
Jack Drayton!
And we spoke about how Stephen Johnston needed a break of throw in this game. This is just a whole throw to save the match, and he done so by pinning a 116 check out.
He gets a chance.
Double 16 is fouled. Now double 5. He finds it. For Ham. Oh, wonderful.
Going through the process.
Game shot.
But it's Van Velzen. It's the
Thursday afternoon here at the Live Lounge. It means that week 7 is heading towards its midway point. It also means that Group C is about to get underway at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where a Pro Tour semi-finalist this season is one of 6 that are in action. Well, it's a day we've all been waiting for, haven't we? And I'm sure we're going to be staying up late into the night to enjoy it. Yes, Matthew Edgar's back here at the Modus Super Series. I couldn't think of any other sporting event that could be happening today. He's always gassed to be here. It's great to see you again, Matt. And look, we look at this Group C, Group B, 2 different types of groups. Tonight, we've got some real quality in Group B. We've got the likes of Daddy Ayres, James Beaton joining the mix, where this afternoon, there's an opportunity there for somebody to get a job done.
Yeah, excellently put, really, when we look at it, because Group B, we've got 5 players in there, and it's take your pick of the 3. It could be any of those tonight, and that is going to be a battle right down to the wire. I feel it's a little bit different, though, what we're going to see in the afternoon sessions here over today and tomorrow, because Group C, to me, has a little bit of a vibe at the moment where I think we'll see a split in the table and we'll get a top and a bottom half.
Well, there was anything but tight yesterday about Group A, because Derek Coulson, he won all 15 matches, the first ever player to do so. A record that we asked if it could be broken, but I suppose if anybody was going to, it was going to be DC.
It was inevitable it was going to happen on one day. You know, we play every week here. Someone's going to do it at some point. And make a short list of the players. Who can do it? Who is eligible to come here and do this? And it's Derek Coulson. He is in the top 3 of people that are going to go do that. I'm surprised he's still here in general due to the quality he's had. The second his name went down on the entry list for Q School, I thought, that's it. Derek Coulson will not play at the Super Series again, because he's going to go get a tour card and he's going to be there till he retires. Enjoy him this week.
Yeah, 10 points is what he won the group by. Now, you've been commentating on the Pro Tour this year, and he's kind of taken that like duck to water as well. And I can imagine, because of how much you've seen him here and the levels he had, if he could apply some of that onto the pro circuit, there wouldn't be any surprises that he'd go and do well.
I think Derek Coulson's probably going to be an inspiration for a lot of people, actually, because how many other Derek Coulsons are there out there? Because Derek Coulson's coming to this level of darts at the back end of his career, and that's because he's sort of been one of them unearthed gems. Now, I'm sure there's people watching this right now who think that could have been Lee, that could have been Dave, that could have been so, who plays down the local and just never really committed to getting to that level of the darts. And it was the seniors that sort of got him first playing to sort of broadcasted darts. It got him an invite here at the Super Series, where it's worth noting that Derek Coulson's win wasn't just he won 15 from 15. No one got to 4 legs against him. No one got to 3 legs against Derek Coulson. He didn't just stumble over the line in a couple of games. No one got close. He dominated that and didn't just set a record, he smashed it.
Dropped 1 leg yesterday. He only had 5 darts at double against him for the session yesterday. So he's the first player through to Saturday night's final. This is how the tournament bracket breaks down. Tonight, Group B should be a really interesting affair. Daddy Ayres and James Beaton in the top 5 of the Challenge and Development Tour Order merits respectively. Whereas this afternoon we see somebody in Harry Wards who's made a Pro Tour semi-final within the course of the last month. Look, we know the quality he has, we know what he possesses. With Harry, it's about whether he wants to play the game or not. but he seems as if he's got this real happy medium between playing darts and family life as well.
Yeah, he got that completely wrong, didn't he, at the back end of his tour life? I remember he qualified for a TV tournament when he was playing over in Germany. Or
World Series finals.
World Series. And with that, he still was like, no, I don't want to do it. Like, this is like the decline. This is the end of things for me. We've got to remember, he's still 28 years old. Like, cast your mind back a few years ago, that's still a young man in the world of darts. And we're probably going to see this a lot more now because people getting into the sport young, they're probably going to struggle to balance priorities along the way, and Harry Ward coming back to it with a different mindset, an experienced mindset, an adult's mind. He's going to be dangerous, and he's certainly going to be dangerous this week.
Well, in terms of the betting, he's third favourite, which I don't know about you. We were both talking about stats. We were number crunching earlier on this morning in preparation for this session. 11-4 and third favourite just doesn't feel right, does it? I
like to play a little game, and what I like to do is I like to price it up myself. What would I price this up as? And I had Harry Ward anywhere between 5-4 and 6-4 favourite to win this group. So 11-4 to me is an absolute steal of value, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of people out there getting on that today.
Just very quickly, in a word, Oliver Mitchell won the British Classic. Big step up today, isn't it?
It is. I'm excited to see him. I think the scheduling's worked quite well with him, that we've got to wait till game number 3. I think that works out well. He'd known his dates for a while. There was a lot of preparation gone into this. I think he needs to hit the ground running if we see the best of him.
It is 18+, and it is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series on this Thursday afternoon. Right, let's get into the action then, shall we? And we kick off with a meeting between Keanu Van Velzen and Stephen Johnston. And in preparation for his first match of the week, I caught up with Stevie J early on this morning. Stephen, good to see you again. It's a tough group out there. How much are you looking forward to the challenge?
Oh, every time coming down here, it's always a challenge. It's great players from all over the world coming down and participating in this, and see what I've got and see what I can do and try my best. That's all I can do.
In terms of yourself, where's the form guide? What have you been doing recently?
Just the odd vault back up in Scotland, but not really much. I'm a part-time dart player, but when I'm down here and I get on that stage, anything can happen.
So is it a case of maybe 1 or 2 games to kind of wean yourself in a little bit?
Oh, 100%. It's great up there, and whoever you play, it's not an easy game. And there's no such thing as an easy group or a hard group, because every player can play great. So I'm just going to go up there and enjoy it. And if they go in, they go in. See what happens.
What sort of targets have you set yourself? Because we've seen you here for about 3 years now. You've knocked on a few doors. Are you feeling as if now is about time that I should really be making that next step?
Well, every time I come down here, I stumble a few times, and I'm just trying to put that right for this time, and that's it. Then if I do better this time down here, then I can look at a next step. But I'm not going to jump. I'm not going to start running before. Get what I mean? It's see what happens basically.
Right, wish you all the best today, Stephen. Good luck.
Hardest bit interview.
Every single player says that to me as well. Stephen Johnston gets the afternoon started with a meeting against Keanu Van Velzen, for whom Group A really didn't go to plan for him. Just a solitary win from his 15 matches in that particular group. He has got work to do on Thursday and Friday. As for Stephen Johnston, the 37-year-old from Falkirk in Scotland, taking on the 23-year-old from Majdai, Keanu Van Velzen, brother of former series champion Marvin Van Velzen. Won his own week in his own right earlier on this year when he picked up the Week 2 title in Series 13, got the better of a certain Tommy Morris in the final. Andrew Culling is the man presiding over proceedings for the remainder of this Week 7, and alongside me in the commentary box for the next couple of days is primetime Matthew Edgar. And 45. For these two, they've got to look at this group as an opportunity, haven't they?
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Nice to be back here at the Super Series. And I think for Van Velzen, he's got to hit the ground running. That's the key. He's got to start strong. He's been here for the last 3 days now. This is day 4 of his action, and it's not gone to plan at all across the first few days, just like the scoreboard's not going to plan here for us either, which is just causing a little delay in play.
Yeah, both players just hanging fire, standing back for a second, but all good to go once again. Keanu Van Velzen is one of those players that just wants to keep getting to the board, so that delay really would have put him on kilter, but so far, positive start for KVV. Didn't quite go to plan at all in his opening group of the week. In terms of his stats over the course of Group A, 77.5 was his overall average over the course of 15 games. A residual drop-off from what he put in the previous series. Now, you were in Germany not too long ago, Matt, where you had a game where there was a sizable delay. 30 minutes whilst the fire brigade had to sort some bits and bobs out. What's it like when you're involved in these games where there is a bit of a stoppage?
It can be frustrating, especially when it's, as it is at the moment, a little bit stop-start. It can be very, very frustrating. That one in Germany was slightly different because it was one long delay. We've already had a couple in here, and now it can just disturb you a little bit. It can just get you a little bit irritated. But yeah, that was good fun, that one, trying to fill 30 minutes of air when we didn't have a clue what was going on.
What was your low light of those 30 minutes, Matt? Because there certainly wouldn't have been many highlights.
Well, take your pick. There was plenty to go through.
Like, there's plenty to go through throughout the course of the week. That's on a bracket for the rest of it. Group B tonight could be quite the something, shouldn't it? Danny Ayres has had a very good season on the Challenge Tour. James Beaton's doing well on the Dev Tour. If I said to you that's Group B at Champions Week, you wouldn't be surprised in the slightest, would you?
No, fair comment. Very fair comment. Matt Dennant's had a tour card before. Radek Sagansky, Pro Tour winner. Jensen Walker's had his hands on titles under this very roof. That is a great Group B. And taking your pick out of those, I know you're going to ask me the question later. And knowing you'll probably try throwing me under the bus much sooner than that. Trying to pick 3 from that is very, very difficult.
Well, we've got plenty of time now, Matt, so I'm going to get you to do the 3 as we speak.
Oh, we're going for one of the lowlights. Brilliant.
Oh, yes.
Okay, right, let's do it.
I didn't mean to go on.
I like Radek Sagansky. Pro Tour winner. Should have been in the World Match Play. It was the first year of his tour card that really cost him. Yudrin on his second year would have been in the match play. Who knows where he'd have gone. Instead, ended up losing his card, lost that ranking money. Everything changed for him. Always a fan of Matt Dennant. Big character as well within the practice room. Matty Dennant is one of those sort of unsung heroes of the practice room. A bit like Scotty Baker as well. Good character, good laugh in there. I think he'll be popular. I think he could get one of the places. And then, I mean, the eye draws to James Beaton as well, because he is somebody who has been very passionate about getting to the Super Series. He's been very vocal about wanting to be here. To him, this is a big day, where others may see it as part of their journey and in the stride. So I think we see a lot of passion tonight from James Beaton.
That's coming up from 10 o'clock this evening. You've got about 13 hours of me and Matthew Edgar on this Thursday afternoon and Thursday evening as we head towards the midway point of the series. Now, I've not seen you since the series has begun, so let's have a little chat about what we've seen so far in Series 14, because we've seen a bit of a mix of everything. Week 1, Week 2, Michael Huntley, Neil Duff, no surprise that he won the second week. So you had 2 rather experienced campaigners, followed by 2 of the next gen. By the way, hi, welcome to the commentary box. It's been recently painted since the last time you saw it. As for Week 3 and Week 4, Henry Coates and Archie Self, they did it for the youth of the game. And then you've got Ashley Coleman and David Evans, who I suppose are kind of at that middle ground in their career.
Experience there, isn't there? There's a lot of experience in there. And I look at that, and I think we still don't have the favourite yet. And I think we might see that this week. I mean, especially if Derek Colson gets through. Derek Colson gets through, this is his favourite for Champions Week.
Oh, I was going to say to you, because I was speaking to Scott Mitchell on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday throughout the course of Group A. And there's a feeling that when you look at the players and you look at the CVs, look at what they've done this year, that whoever wins this week, whether it be Derek Colson or the likes of a Danny Ayres, the likes of a James Beaton, Jensen Walker, et al., they are going to have a big say, you would think, when it comes to Week 13. Well,
I'm just looking through the lineup that we're going to be watching this afternoon as well. You look at Harry Ward in there. You know, for me, he's the favourite to win this group, not for the bookies, but he's the favourite to win the group. And he's got a strong fancy in regards to picking up this title. He's got the game to beat the likes of Derek Coulson, certainly over a short format.
Well, he's 16-1 to win the week. Now, these are the odds that we wrote down this morning. Derek Coulson even money on. Danny Ayres 13-2. Sagansky 17-2. James Beaton 22-1 could represent value. Harry Ward at 16-1 could represent some value. So there's certainly plenty to get your teeth stuck into as the week goes along. And I think we are about ready to get things back underway. What is it about you and long stoppages? Because the last thing you commentated on, there was a 30-minute stoppage. Do you like cutting cables or something?
It's always me, isn't it? It's the same with Owen Binks, isn't it? Every time there's a bit of controversy on stage, he seems to be the referee.
To throw. Game on.
But we are getting back underway. We'll be getting underway from the point at which we was at the stoppage of play. Van Velzen started that leg very well. 2 big power visits with 2 big power trebles. That's great to see that it hasn't knocked him out of his rhythm, because as I was trying to make the point before the delay,
140.
the first game is going to be vital. Because yes, this is a new group, this is match number 1, but to him this is day 4.
And we speak so often about the player who finishes bottom of Group A. The important thing is to try and build up ahead of stride in that opening game. And he had that, as that chunky stumping really does pierce through the flight. Van Velzen back for 72 then, for a break to get himself up and running. 72. And this really would be a confidence boost for the young Dutchman.
Yeah, as a player in this situation, you want these sort of shots, these nice little combinations. That's not going to help.
32.
Wild on the single number. That'll be frustrating, and he'll think back to those delays if he loses this leg.
56.
Dart players do love an excuse.
Keanu, you require 40.
Well, that probably would have hurt Van Velzen even more if he had control of the leg, didn't get a dart at a double, and Johnson took out the 76.
Aim shot on the
first leg. Find
Keanu Van Velzen.
That target at the top of the board eventually, gets a break to give himself a 1-0 lead.
Now, you've been here all week, obviously, Henry. I'm looking at numbers, I'm looking at results, I'm looking at how things are sort of played out across the week. And one thing I sort of noticed, certainly at the bottom end of that Group B table, was Colin and Keanu winning 8 points between them, of which 6 points was against each other. So between the pair, they only managed to pick 2 points up from the entirety of the table. Ricardo Ham running at an 81 average. Going into this, it looks like the 3 players coming in, Stephen Johnson, Harry Ward and Oliver Mitchell, was going to have a separation in the table where we've got like a top half and a bottom half. Has there been enough signs from these players to suggest that that assumption is all that is?
I think of the 3, Ricardo Ham probably has the best chance, and he did that thing that we see from a lot of players on a Wednesday night, decided to play in a local competition in Waterloo, and actually won that local competition, beat Simon Whitlock 4-0 in the final. Certainly, as I spoke to him as he came in the building this morning, feels a lot fresher, feels a lot happier, feels more settled. But I think for Keanu and Colin, there is a lot of work to do. Particularly for Colin, who lost out to Keanu yesterday, didn't win a game on Wednesday. At least Keanu has the confidence of having that 1 win under his belt to get himself going. But as we've got some more time to talk, it's, I suppose, a little bit like watching the England football game last night. Mind you, they had to fill for 2 hours. Let's hope we don't have to do that on this Thursday afternoon. I do want to get our appetite whetted for what we've got coming up throughout the course of the summer, because it is a busy summer worth of darts. The World Cup of darts gets underway tonight. Now, Team England are 4-9 on favourites with some bookmakers. Messrs Humphreys and Little are both looking to win the title. I mean, they're going to be big favourites, but who else should we look out for over the course of the weekend? Remember, there is a preview of that available on our YouTube channel.
I'm going to give you the opposite. I'm going to give you a potential surprise, a bit of a shock. I'm not sure about Germany in Group A, you know.
No, nor am I.
Martin Schindler's not playing the darts he was 12 months ago, and Ricardo Pietreczko has been struggling with dartitis. Now, one of the things we know about dartitis is you want rhythm, you want flow, you want to be at the OCHE quickly. When we've seen Ricardo Petreczko on the European Tour, the action has changed to try and force that rhythm, flow, and he's not going to get that in a game of pairs. So I think they're going to be a bit tricky.
Just quickly, Team Poland for me are somebody I think could strike value. I think they're about 50-1 with the odds compilers. Seb Białecki banging form on the Dev Tour. Why is Christopher Ratajski? You know what he can do.
Oh, absolutely. Ratajski's been crying out for a partner like Sebastian. Ratajski's been there. Now, I think he's got that with Białecki. I think he's going to do well.
BHC, that gets underway tonight. You can breathe for a couple of seconds. We've got a slight pause in our game between Stephen Johnson, Keanu Van Velzen. Van Velzen, a leg to the good, will be back underway as soon as possible. But as we've been mentioning, we're heading towards the second half of our series now. And Saturday night, David Evans became the 6th player to book his spot into Champions Week.
Treble 19. Double 12 for perfection. Oh, it's snatched into the big nine. Jake Neal's moment. Takes it. And what a start to the night for this debutant who continues to impress.
David Evans steps up for the win. And it is David Evans that gets across the line 4 legs to 2.
Takes that second to compose himself, and it is worked a treat, and Tommy Lishman is through to the knockout stages.
Really shone. I mean, that makes it a little bit awkward, but a great second dart and straight in the ball.
And now he has to hope. Grundy, a perfect display to send himself through. Rob Grundy survives a huge scare after suffering defeat in our opening match. To get going, Grundy will match darts now. Alongside, finds it, and that is back-to-back whitewash wins. The Hartlepool man gets the better of the... Double 6 for Stretch. He's through to another final. It's another emphatic semi-final win tonight.
Perfect first start. Double 8 for the match. And there's a huge cheer from David Evans. He throws his darts to the floor.
Champion, David Evans.
Great embrace from the 2 players, but it's David Evans.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your winner here this evening, his 3rd weekly title. It's David Evans!
We're whittling them down. Now, these are the list of weekly winners. However, I want to look into the future, Matthew. I'm going to open up the Super Series crystal ball. And as to the players that we haven't seen so far in this series, who would you like to see, and who could potentially be a weekly winning contender?
I think we're seeing it this very week. Group A winner, record-breaking, history-making now, Derek Coulson. I mentioned it earlier on. It's the style of which he did it. It's not the fact that someone didn't get to 4 legs. It's the fact someone didn't get to 3. No one got close to Derek Coulson. And right now, I know it's fresh in the mind. I know it's new. I know it's exciting. But I'm buying into the Derek Coulson philosophy. I think he's going to go and do it.
So that is the list of weekly winners so far. As I say, Championship gets underway on Monday, the 20th of July. And it'd be interesting as well the complexion of this championship, because we know for a fact that someone like Neil Duff is going out to Las Vegas to win the WDF World Masters. The last thing he's got to tick off on that list. He might have to beat you somewhere en route to winning that particular tournament. We wish you all the very best in those particular endeavours, Matt. But it's an interesting dynamic to this championship because it's right in the middle of the year, and previous evidence that we've got based on the last 4 years suggests to us that the middle Champions Week, the Summer Champions Week, is the one that sometimes provides the best quality.
Yeah, some of that also comes just down to things such as the weather. Now, it might sound silly saying things like the weather, but the temperature at which you play at does make a big difference. I mean, a couple of weeks ago we were going through a heat wave here in the UK, wasn't we? And that was sort of not ideal conditions, but on the same aspect, you don't want to find little cold pockets around the area, because that's just when you start to lose the feeling. So I'm not surprised. A lot of people do play the best darts in the summer. Absolutely.
Would you like an exclusive reveal, Matthew?
I think we deserve it right now.
I think we deserve some exclusives, because this is what we've got coming up next week. And if we've got the Challenge Tour number 2 and that doesn't whet for your appetite, we've got the Challenge Tour number 1 in Joe Hunt in action, alongside Spivey Man, yep, he's back, and Dean Finn as well. Group A sees Dylan Slevin come back, as to Graham Hall. Ryan Brownie, another player that you rate rather highly as well. But Joe Hunt, surely, with what he's done this year, in a provisional world spot on the Pro Tour, made some decent runs there, he should go off favourite, and he should be seeing himself as the guy who is on the top step come the end of next Saturday.
It's impressive, isn't he? It's not just the fact he's getting wins, it's how he's getting them, and it's who he's getting those wins against. Joe Hunt has been mightily impressive on the Challenge Tour, on the Pro Tour, anywhere he applies his trade. Keep your eye on him next week. He will be a big favourite. But he's got competition. We know what Graham Hall's capable of. Joe Croft is playing some good darts at the moment. Sam Spivey's been winning on a regular basis. That right there is very, very similar to what we're seeing this week. It's littered with quality.
And Alex Small's won a few of these as well. Shouldn't go under the radar, and if he doesn't play things elsewhere.
Oh no, absolutely. Alex Small, he's won titles here in this very building, and he's one of those sort of enigma style players who you can really get some flashy, flary moments from, but on the same aspect, we've seen the total opposite side, and that makes him hard to play. Alex Small is so tricky to play because you don't know if he's going to throw a 100 average or a 65. Keeps you on edge.
Indeed it does. That gets underway Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. All the action will be live here on Pluto TV. Right, do you fancy a break?
Yes, I do like some adverts.
Right, let's take a break. When we return, hopefully we'll have some darts for you. Steve Johnston against Keanu Van Velzen. Van Velzen leads 1-0. Hopefully we'll get the game resumed when we come back. 10. And Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Vansky as Burnett steps up. And Richie Burnett does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
16 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the chart, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard the live now. Steve Brent is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this tacked-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands!
Yeah, you can join us on any given Saturday night. And if you come here this Saturday night, you might be in for a bit of a treat, because you'll be able to get a signature off of a certain Matthew Edgar. That's just worth the admission fee itself. Scan that QR code. It will get you to the Darts World Store website, and you'll be able to ascertain your tickets from there. So, we are in the middle of a slightly delayed game here between Keanu Van Velzen and Stephen Johnston. Van Velzen leading the match by a leg to nil. He got a breaker throw in the opener. Now, there has been a slight delay to this game. And, well, we mentioned it earlier on. We might as well mention it again. The players have come off. They've had a bit of time in the practice room. They've come back onto the stage again. How do you deal with those types of moments?
Well, I've had to deal with this in the past. This happened to me in the UK Open a few years ago in a match against Dimitri Vandenberg, where the lights went down and it sort of caused a delay in all the games that was taking part in that room at the time.
Second leg, Keanu to throw first. Game on.
And what we ended up doing was we went into the back room, we just practiced away. Now here, you don't have the same sort of setup as you have at the UK Open as such, but what I believe would have happened in the back room is there's 2 practice boards in there. The players that are in for the rest of the session would have just left these 2 to one board for themselves, so they could tick over. But one thing was very sure before that break in play, and that was Van Velzen had found a bit of form. It was a great leg from him. And Stephen Johnson just needed a bit of time to get running. I think it's worked out much, much better here for Stephen Johnson. Not just on the evidence of the early darts here, but in the fact that Van Velzen's mind will very, very quickly just start to wander back to Monday, back to Tuesday, back to Wednesday, where he won just 1 game from his whole Group A campaign.
Because he must be thinking, are you kidding me? Just when he's beginning to build a little bit of momentum, wins that first leg, playing okay, thinking, right, here we go, I can get into this group. Suddenly, he's had the rug pulled from underneath him.
Stephen Johnson spoke about being a part-time player, didn't he, in his interview, which was now about 30 minutes ago. 81. And in that, he said about the change. Now, it's worked out all right. It's a great finish in the end. The 81 checkout, he's took it out nice and clean. No problems there. 11 dart leg to get the darts back. Brilliant.
Game on.
But what you'd see maybe a full-time player doing, or an experienced player, on that 101 with 1 dart in hand, looking at the bullseye in the 25. Instead, he stayed on the 20s. It may have meant he had to finish on the bullseye, where if he uses the bull at the part of the end of the last shot on the 101, single to double.
85. $60.
Well, just to mark your card as to what else we're going to see this afternoon. Harry Ward, Colin McCook, Oliver Mitchell and Ricardo Ham also amongst the mix of 6 that
55.
will be participating in this Group C. But I
55.
mentioned earlier on that it feels like this is the time where Stephen Johnson's got to make that kick. We know he's a talented player. He's been here a number of times over the course of the last 3 years. But the natural next step of progression is a final, and probably from that final, a final win.
60.
Well, you talked earlier about whetting appetites. So there's a game today I'm really excited for, actually. It's a bit later on. Stephen Johnson,
140.
we know, when things are going well, he starts to give it a bit. We start to see that passion ooze out, the roaring begins. And I have on good
85.
authority,
Steve, you require
and we've already
146.
seen from Colin that he can go the same way.
130.
That could be a fiery affair, especially if shots like that start to go.
So
58.
Blake left to
Steve, you require 16.
put his nose 2-1 in front.
12.
Well, for Keanu Van Velzen,
Keanu
it has been
require
a disastrous
158.
restart for him. Looking at 158 to get himself into the lead once again. Not to be. But Johnson's left himself on double 2. This could be potentially awkward.
That reaction there for Van Velzen isn't reaction of missing the treble 20.
100.
It's the fact that he
Steve, you
didn't
require
feel
4.
like he threw it right. A very snatchy dart.
Game shot on the third leg.
It's always the
Steve
last dart in
Johnston.
hand, isn't it? Hurts so much more when you think you're getting an opportunity to come
Fourth
back. You
leg,
just see your
Keanu
opponent
to
miss
for
5
first.
darts at a
Come
double.
on.
They ping it with a 6. The last one in hand restricts the opportunity. And Van Velzen will just be feeling like everything's against him. And you see the reactions. This isn't someone playing game 1 of 10 of Group C. This is someone playing the 16th match of the week. A week that has not been going well.
44.
Well, we speak about it so often here, don't we, about reset mentality.
Oh, yeah, it's so easy to do. Sat in a lovely
80.
air-conditioned box, talking about it. But when you're there, it just feels like, here we go again. We're in this cycle. You look at it as a
83.
week. It's hard to break down into individual games and moments, which is why I said this opening game is so key for Van Velzen.
58.
It's where winning and losing both become habits. Unfortunately, losing has become a rather regular habit for Keanu Van Velzen in this building recently.
11.
He's won just one of his previous 23 matches here.
The action breaks down as well. We're seeing these moments where he's just forcing the issue.
53.
And it's not because where the darts are landing, it's how they're landing, how they're coming out. And that's what's frustrating him, because he'll feel like his throw's going. And it's only game 1. It can be a very long campaign.
140.
Yeah, it could be a very long day for Keanu. Remember, because he finished bottom of Group A, he will play the first and
81.
last match of the session. He'll play Oliver Mitchell in game 15.
And let's remember as well, like we're talking about this from the sporting aspect. There's a real life aspect
42.
to this as well. Because finished bottom of the table, he will take the lowest amount of prize money available from that group.
134.
If he finishes bottom in Group C, he will take the lowest amount of prize money available for his whole week here, to the point where it may end up costing him
140.
to be
Steve,
here.
you require
So there's
95.
that aspect to things as well that we've got to consider, where the pressure might start to build.
55.
And there's nothing more difficult when you find yourself chasing
Keanu, you require
for
41.
this to square things up at 2 apiece. Looking at 41 here, Keanu Van Velzen. He's going to get 2 in hand at double top to get us back on level terms.
21.
And if the truth be told, it never looked likely.
Steve, you require 40. Game shot on the fourth leg. Steve
Last
Johnson.
start in hand again. Just feels like everything right now is
Fifth leg,
going against
Steve
Van
to
Velzen,
Farouk
but
first.
it's his own doing. He's had opportunities, he had the darts in his hands, he was unable to deliver. And will he come off the stage and sort of rue the
45.
break in play, think I was prepared, I was ready, I was playing well? Because he was. Opening leg was really strong. However, it's not a race to one.
60.
Stephen Johnson, this has been everything he'd have wanted, isn't it?
96.
Nice, solid sort of start. We know he's capable of more than what he's seen in this match, but it's been enough.
Winning games in this burn, it's everything you ever want.
100.
And let's not forget the words of which Stephen Johnson said himself. He may need a couple of games just to
96.
get himself back into things, to get in the flow. If those couple of games become winning games, he becomes a strong contender, because you'd imagine
33.
Harry Ward and Oliver Mitchell would be the favourites, with Stephen Johnson the most likely to disturb the party.
And the way
58.
that the fixtures pan out, his first two games against players that have played in Group A, so two players whose confidence may not be at its absolute height. So he does have an opportunity to really attack this group early on. And it looks like he's going to get the first
100.
step on the road this week up and running. He's got 6 and 206 to seal a 4-1 win to get his campaign up and running.
100.
Finds a treble with the last, leaves himself on 106.
Again, last start in hand, isn't it? Stephen Johnson, dart number 3, has been exceptional in this match. You feel a big treble is required here.
37. Steve, you require 106.
Not sure about that one. Let's give a bit of time here to Stephen Johnson.
74.
And that just becomes a beautiful setup play. Stephen Johnson picking the double 16 here to get the job done and start his campaign with a
57.
comfortable 2 points.
Steve, you require 32.
Double 16 it is to seal a 4-1 victory.
Game shot.
And a 4-1
match,
win it
Steve
is in a
Johnston.
game which was disrupted by a major interruption at the start. But unfortunately for Keanu Van Velzen, it's a case of normal service being resumed. So Stephen Johnston, a 4-1 winner over Keanu Van Velzen to get Thursday's action underway. Coming up next, Harry Ward takes on Colin McCaughrean. Welcome back, everybody. And before the break, we saw game 1 of 15 in this Group C session, and it was a 4-1 success for Stephen Johnston against Marvin van Velzen. Next up for us, Harry Ward in action. The 28-year-old, who is a 5-time weekly semi-finalist, and not crossed that particular bridge. Hoping to do so for the first time this week. Made a semi-final on the PDC Pro Tour last month up against Conor McCaughrean, the 34-year-old from County Antrim in Northern Ireland, making his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Group A didn't quite go to plan. Picked up just the 3 wins from his 15 matches in that group. As for Harry, he comes into this banging form, which is why we looked at the 11-4 third favourite tag for him in this group, and I think we just looked at
Harry
it for
to throw first. Game on.
value and how.
Crazy price. 5-4, 6-4. I thought it would be coming into this one with the quality of which he's been showing and the quality of which we know he has. Not just short-term form. A lot of the time people will come here to the Super Series as a big favourite where you look at how they've been playing over the last 4 months, the last 6 months. I'm going to go as far as suggesting that Harry Ward is one of
43
dart's most wasted talents. And I mean that as a compliment. Because not many people win Pro Tour titles, certainly at the age of which he did.
139.
Qualify for major TV tournaments and decide that it's not for them. But he's found a bit of love, hasn't he? He's found a bit of passion, and there's going to be an amazing feature. You had a good sit down with him earlier on, didn't you? And you can sort of hear it from the horse's mouth. Hear Harry Ward in his own words. That is worth tuning in for, because this guy has some quality.
And you know what? There's something to respect about the fact that Harry said, you know what, this isn't for me. I'm going to step back, as opposed to persevering and then possibly sending himself into a potential spiral, which we've seen from many a player over the years. Hits a maxi, leads himself on a double after 12, may not go directly for the double 19, depends how fruity he's feeling.
Harry requires 38.
Now, these darts low down the board, because of those points, are going to be incredibly awkward if you miss low. But he manages to just about smother a way through to take the opening leg of the contest.
Second leg, Colin to
It's a great point you make there, Henry. And I hope no one clips that up, actually, because I've just gave you a compliment.
There's a first time for everything.
The thing about
74
Harry Ward that you're saying was so great was stepping away because he didn't feel it was right at the time. And people do persevere and they persist. Sometimes they get pressured into it
83
by managers, sponsors, whatever may be around them. Because there's a lot of money involved in darts right now. And there's a lot going forward. And sometimes people struggle to step away from the opportunity of the riches of which it presents. I'll just do it for 5 years. I'll do it for 10 years. I've had conversations with some players at the very top end of the game who kind of feel like they want to come away from it a little bit, but where are they going to earn that sort of money?
81.
Harry Ward, in his own words, all those years ago, said, I just want a normal life. And he looked at the sacrifices of which Daryl Gurney had to make to be at the top of the game. He goes, I don't want to do it. Things are different, though, right now. I think we're going to see a very different version of Harry Ward moving forward.
And right now, he's in that sweet spot, isn't he, where he's high up enough on the Challenge Tour where he can dabble a bit in Pro Tour stuff, potentially get into the World Championship via a order of merit come the end of the year. And then January can go to Q-Score and he can plan his tack from there. But in this leg, McCaughrean, we're going to double 16 to level things up. Now double 8.
25. Harry require 129.
For a big early blow. Had options. Went for the double-double on the
89.
18. Don't mind the plate.
Colin, you
Allows
require
him to stay in
16.
the same area.
Game shot on the
Well, the
second
double 8 is
leg.
found, and we're
Colin
back level at one
McLaughlin.
apiece. And the early indications are this is much more like it from
Third
Colin
leg,
McLaughlin.
Harry to
Maybe
throw first.
he's
Game
not
on.
a morning person. That's why you don't do Group A, isn't it, Matt?
I didn't realise there was 2
60.
9 o'clocks in a day.
Yeah, I don't get these bags under my eyes for nothing, you know.
64.
For Colin, though, he's got a bit of a task on his hands here, you feel. Not just going up against Harry Ward, but going up
125.
against the darts as well, because when you look at the task at hand, he's going to have to find a break. Tomorrow he will get the throw. It'll be an advantage that he
123.
has that Harry Ward's got today, but Harry Ward, when he's in this sort of form, is going to be hard to get a break against anywhere. Certainly in the opening match.
125.
And you get the sense he's one of those players, if he gets off to a good start, it's going to be nigh impossible to try and dislodge him. I think we both think that it's going to be Harry Ward and one other, but we're not quite sure who that other's going to be just yet.
Oh, I've got my predictions.
What is Edgar's picks?
I've got Harry Ward, Oliver Mitchell. Stephen Johnson in third. Do you want the
92.
whole table?
Well, you might as well whilst I here.
Well, I think it's between Ricardo and Colin, and then Van Velzen on the bottom. That's how I see it going.
96.
You normally only ask me for one thing. I'd give you all 6.
$94. Harry, you require 95.
Put himself 2-1-2 the good. Right, with dart 2, McCockran will come back for 1-8.
37.
Well, those awkward finishes, because you
Colin, you
almost get
require
punished for hitting the
128.
first treble.
Well, there's no bonus, is there? You need the treble with the second dart regardless. The bonus comes on dart 3 when you get the dart the double.
108. Harry, you require 58.
Good effort. Great effort, in fact. Unable to get himself across the line. 2 darts here for Harry Ward. The long point will help.
Game shot on the third leg.
Now, Harry Ward's been
Harry
tinkering
Ward.
and changing with equipment quite a bit, as we can see.
Fourth leg,
Bit of a
Colin to
scallop
throw
it looks like in the middle of
Game
the
on.
dart. And the longer point, now that longer point comes into benefit on darts like that. When he gets that on that top wire, it actually works as a help. and a-
125.
rather than a hindrance. If you've got a short point where the barrel's up close against the board, you're likely to get more deflections. Like here, that's perfect. Should be able to use that.
95.
Well, Conan Whitehead uses something quite similar, and he says the reason that he uses such a long point is because he's such a power scorer and his darts stand up to attention. If he can get the first
140.
dart sat in nicely, he's able to group the darts around that target better.
And there's a pattern emerging as well, isn't there? That players that love tops are also sort of moving towards these longer points.
100.
Luke Littler uses a longer point. Ryan Searle, who, for me, is the best doubles tops hitter in the world. Maybe not
41.
so much statistically. He's close, but on the evidence of what I've seen.
$99.
Good game, this. Colin's averaging over 100 in this one so far, and he's behind.
Well, it's been one of those games which has been dominated by the player
96.
throwing first, which is why Colin's got a higher average yet is losing, because in the legs where Harry Ward has the darts, he's getting more scoring turns and less finishing turns.
60. Colin, you require
I feel
99.
Harry Ward needed a treble there just to put a bit of pressure on, and Colin will probably feel he's now got 6 darts here.
Double 16.
67.
Not to be, and so Ward's here
Harry
has an
require
opportunity to really
147.
take charge of the game. It's a big effort, but it comes with big reward. But Harry Ward cannot find the 147.
81. Colin, you require 32.
Sloppy last as well. Leaves a lot more work to be done with 66. He may not get a go. Oh, that's blocked it. That is awkward, that is tricky, and that's what he's pondering right now. He's trying to find a route where he can see any part of the green. And to find that, he's got to stand completely out of the exclusion zone, try to loft it over the top. It's probably the right thing to do, just not the application. And this is where that big 4 now becomes tricky. Oh, what a dart that is. Rescues it with the first one. So he's still going to get 2 darts at a double now, Harry Ward.
54.
And there he was for a breaker throw.
Colin, you require 32.
So square the game back up again. Now this is awkward. Dart 1 has completely obscured the target he's aiming at. And that is why Dart 3 goes as high as it does, because he tried to overcompensate.
Well, this is for a bit of a steal, but for a big moment in the game.
6. Colin, you require 32.
You cannot say he hasn't had chances. 8 misses at the outer ring for Ward.
Aims on the 4th leg.
McCochran will make no mistake on the double 16 to square this game back up at 2 apiece.
5th leg, Harry to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes in legs you can wrongly switch off and then you find yourself with an opportunity. You see it down the local a lot, don't you? Dart players go, put the darts down, they put them in the case, put them in the pocket. In the days where dart shirts used to have pockets on them. And then your opponent misses and it's like, oh, I've got to get them out. I've got to go
60.
again now. I wonder if that just happened a little bit there for Harry Ward. Just a moment of concentration just lapsed where he's already thinking of this leg.
84.
Well, as we mentioned, Harry Ward made it through to a Pro Tour semi-final at Players' Championship
45.
18 in the middle of May. Got the better of Stephen Burton in the first round by 6 legs to 2. Beat Andy Bolton, twice weekly winner here, 6-4. Then beat a couple of his fellow
99.
Challenge Tour combatants in the last 32 and last 16 respectively, both in last leg deciders, getting the better of both Tommy Lishman and Joe Hunt by 6 legs to 5. But the best win of the day was certainly the one he got in the quarterfinals, where he got the better of the informed Kevin Dutz by 6 legs to 5 before
55.
losing out 7-3 in the semi-finals to Luke Woodhouse, who since then has picked up his first Players' Championship title and
58.
has picked up his first European Tour title too.
Well, I can tell you now, not many people in 2026 are beating Kevin Dutz.
91.
He is playing superb darts. One of the most informed players in the world right now. So a huge, huge victory there for Harry Ward.
100. Harry
In
requires
fact, he
32.
beat him the next day in the last 1-2-8, 6-1, averaging 99.03. Not quite those numbers here, but he does get his nose in front 3-2 and finds himself a leg away from victory.
Nice and clean as well, wasn't it, at the back end of the leg? That's important. Harry Ward's just missed 5 darts at a double in the last leg in order to get that breaker throw and have things a little bit more comfortable. So that was everything he'd possibly want.
180.
Kicks his leg off with a max, taking control against the throw, or is he? Because McCochran follows up in kind. That'll be frustrating for Harry, because he must have thought that after he hit that first max, there's going to be a bit of an opening here against the throw. But Colin with 6 to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
Great pick off there with the last. Harry Ward would have probably been sensing the opportunity there. Well, the opportunity may still present itself. What a scoring leg this is from Harry Ward. 2 maximum visits, 9 darts thrown to get himself down to a double. He may not get a go.
Tots to take us all the way.
72.
High and over the bar.
Harry requires 16.
This for a potential 10 darter to wrap it up. Saving his bet to the very last, and that is a glimpse of what he can do. Harry Ward at times made hard work of it, but he gets over the line, beating the Northern Irishman Conor McCochran by 4 legs to 2. An 11 darter to wrap it up. 92.5 the average in the end. That was despite missing 9 darts and a double. So Big H up and running. Coming up next, Oliver Mitchell takes on Ricardo Ham. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Game 3 of our session is a meeting between Oliver Mitchell and Ricardo Ham. Before the break, Harry Wall got the better of Colin McCockrum by 4 legs to 2 to get his campaign up and running. So let's see what we're going to get from this one. Ricardo Ham taking on a man who's got a pig on the back of his shirt. It couldn't be set up any more finely. Let's get to know the players then, shall we? Oliver Mitchell, winner of the British Classic last year from Scarborough, the 36-year-old. One of a number of Scarborough players that have had success here at the Super Series. He's going to be another one. Ricardo Ham, the 42-year-old from Rotterdam, making his 3rd appearance here. I suppose you might as well just get it over and done with. Have you got any ham pig puns?
No, absolutely not. I don't play those sort of games. Although I do think Ricardo is probably looking for a slice of the action today. Yes, it is that low.
First leg, Oliver to throw first. Come on.
Well, who's going to bring home the bacon in this particular contest?
jokes aside, I think this is kind of a perfect situation here for Oliver, because when you come to an event
100.
like this, and you know, I mentioned earlier about how he would have had time to prepare for this. It didn't come quickly. It's something that he's known he's coming to
45.
for quite some time. When you get here, the scheduling can be quite important, because I think coming on third, being the last game of the cycle, I think that's going to help him, because it gives him time to sit in the back room, watch what's going on.
140.
You can very easily get into your mind that you've got to be perfect. I've got to go up there and I've got to play well. People are expecting to see 90 averages,
44.
100 averages. That's what I've got to go up there and do. And when you go up there and you see the performances which we've seen so far, we've seen a player win with an 81 and a 92. You go, well, okay, maybe it's not as high as I thought it was. And
55.
you get this all the way through the system. When people first play county darts, when people play on a world championship stage, you get this sort of
81.
mode that you've got to be perfect. And I think just being able to sit back and see that people do miss. It's okay. You can miss and win. That it may just help settle him down a little bit. Scheduling has worked out well.
45.
He's supposed to finish in this leg, and Ricardo Ham needs to fill it up to do something similar himself. He's not going to.
100. Oliver, you require 161.
161 here for Oliver Mitchell, and 6 darts from here. Doesn't have to take it out if he doesn't want to. Not going to take it out.
125.
Has played in a couple of Players' Championship events this year.
60.
Has Oliver.
Oliver, you require
Made it through
36.
to a last 16. That was at Players' Championship 14 in Hildesheim. He
James
takes
on
out the
first
opening leg of this
Oliver
contest.
Mitchell.
And picked up a couple of decent wins. Got the better of Neil Zonneveld in his
Second leg,
first
Ricardo
game of that
to
tournament by
first. Come
6
on.
legs to 4, averaging just under 95. Then beat Ricky Evans by the same scoreline. Got the better of Martijn Dracht in the last 32. Again, a last leg decider
135.
before then being beaten by Richard Veenstra in the last 16.
I'd love to know what
134.
Scarborough are doing so well at the minute, because if I cast my mind back a few years ago, the only thing I could think about Scarborough was speedboats and the Harbour Bar. Now all of a sudden
85.
we've got Graham Usher, Sam Spivey, Oliver Mitchell coming through. It makes you wonder if there's some form of development system in the area, or you know, we see a lot with ADCs now, don't we? A lot of
80.
places putting on vaults, and you know, down here in Portsmouth, a hotbed. You talk about that tournament last night that a lot of the players went to. The likes of Adam Lipscomb,
83.
the likes of Simon Whitlock in attendance.
I think you hit the nail on the head with 3 letters, ADC. Because I look at someone like Sam Spy, for example, probably without the vault system, probably wouldn't have been here.
140.
Probably wouldn't have branched out. We've seen him play at the UK Open this year. It's given opportunities to players that probably haven't had the vehicle avenue, maybe the financial backing to
138. Oliver,
be
you
able
require
to pursue this
147.
sport seriously before. Going to see Spivey Man next week. Hello, Samuel, if you are
42.
watching, pal.
Ricardo, you require 60. James on the second.
Ricardo Ham
Ricardo
pins
Ham.
a Totsa 14 darter to level the game up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Oliver to
That's
throw
been a good
first.
part of his
Come
game,
on.
hasn't it, throughout the week so far? Ricardo Ham's checkout, 36.84%. That's good. We always look at the sort of baseline of performance
27.
being around about the 33 up, which means if you come to the board with 3 darts in hand, it has to go. That's statistically what I believe the standard
55.
of the Super Series is. Anything above that is better. The issue is the fact his running average for the week is only an 81, which tells me this part of the game is weak at the moment for Ricardo Ham. That scoring phase, which if Oliver can produce the darts he's been producing elsewhere,
135.
he's going to get extra chances come the back end of legs.
Both players of this turn, even if they hit a maxi, will not leave themselves on a finish.
60.
Slightly unusual action as well, isn't it, for Oliver Mitchell? Almost got like a little double take at the back end of the throw. That just causes timing issues. It's just another thing to have to get right. It's already a hard enough game as it is.
59.
Actually reminds me a lot of Nick Kenny.
Yeah, just the stabs at the back of the throw rather than at the front. But Ricardo Ham here is making a move. Reminder that this is a leg of which Oliver Mitchell thrown first.
$118. Ricardo, you require 106.
Mitchell picks off a couple of big triples. Ham looking at 106. Triple 17 would have given him a dart at tops. Mitchell returning for 102.
66.
To get his nose in front at 2-1.
2-1.
And to put himself halfway towards the finishing post in this contest. Finish still on. Triple 17 for the bull. Bull it is for some act of escapology.
77.
And it wasn't too far away.
Ricardo, you require 40.
We've just been praising this part of the game for Ricardo Ham.
Game shot on the third leg.
Keep the tirade going. Ricardo Ham's finishing is becoming a bit of an asset for him here at the Super Series, and that is an important breaker throw.
2-1 to the good is Ricardo. I'm just having a look at Oliver's performances to win the British Classic in Bridlington last September. And the quarterfinals averaged 105.42 to get the better of the Castleford Tiger. Tom Sykes by 4 legs to 1.
40.
Beat Mark Wilkinson in the semis 4-0. And then was involved in some final against Mitchell Laurie. Oliver would win 5-3. He'd averaged 99.18. Mitchell
100.
averaging just over a ton in that particular game to pick up the biggest title of his career so far.
What a player to beat as well in the final. Mitchell Laurie on a massive upward trajectory. One of those players that you feel is going to go on to very good heights.
World Championship runner-up at the Lakeside in December, the current WDF World #1. And you'd imagine will probably be the favourite to pick up the World Masters in Las Vegas.
He's not going.
Is he not?
No, not going.
Okay, maybe he won't be
85.
You're talking to the favourite.
100.
Who, Ricardo Ham?
$40.
Well, let's talk about it then, because you're going to be at the World Masters this year. Looking forward to it, because you were in Budapest, weren't you, last year or the year before?
2 years ago, yeah.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Again,
Ricardo
those doubles working very well for Ricardo Ham. That's the strength, that's the asset. That's what he's going to keep going forward with. So far, this performance, the best one we have seen from him so far this week. Can he finish it off is the job. But that's the 50th year anniversary of the World Masters as well, littered with legends across the Roll of Honour. Will be a very good event to keep an eye on in about 4 weeks' time.
Don't worry, we will have a ticker on the bottom of our score graphic, which will have all of your games on it. It won't be up there for very long, admittedly, but it will be there.
You could just put it on loop.
We'd have to double check that the nil next to your name isn't stuck. Yeah, the WDF World Masters at Rio, Las Vegas. I just had a look at the name of the road.
45.
It's such a typical Las Vegas name for a road. The hotel and casino is at 3700 West Flamingo Road.
The one thing about Vegas is the bright lights, and the lights are flashing here for Oliver Mitchell, firing in his first maximum of the game. What a time to do so as well. Just when the game was
44.
slipping away from him, he's a leg away from
Oliver, you
losing.
require 91.
Needed to put in a bit of a statement. And he's looking at a possible 11 darter. That would be insert statement here.
Aim shot on the 5th leg. Oliver Mitchell.
Well, that's the quality we
6th
know
leg,
that he's
Ricardo to
capable of.
first.
Just
Come on.
keeps Ricardo Ham honest, who has the darts here to win this game by a 4-2 scoreline.
60.
So he won that local competition last night, did Ricardo Ham. Beat Simon Whitlock by 4-0 in the final.
An interesting tactic as well, isn't it? When you're here for what you'll believe to be 6
83.
days worth of darts, to then spend one of your evenings playing darts.
Well, for some players, they just see it as, I'll get some time on the practice board, but there's not the
100.
intensity of the games here. Yes, there's a competitive edge, but there's almost a relaxed nature towards it.
Well, I can go one better that he maybe will be playing 7 days, because he actually
137.
played the Vault on Sunday as well. It reminds me of a couple of players before, like the likes of James Richardson, the likes of Nigel
85.
Hayden. Remember the Undertaker from Leamington Spa, where it didn't matter if there was a 4-man knockout down the road, they'd want to play in it. They just want to play darts all the time. They love it. That feels
58.
like where Ricardo Ham may be pitching his tent.
Yeah, very tough competition that. I can say so because I drew
60.
Lloyd Walker in the first round of the play. I think he was very happy with the walkover he got. My 52 average.
Well, this is a big exchange here. Ricardo Ham not left to finish.
87.
Oh, wayward with the last start. The straight 19 would have left it much, much easier. Now he's going to have to find 2 trebles if he's going to get a dart at the outer ring to get it done on the next visit.
140.
And the pressure is applied.
Oliver, you
What a
require
find that was from Ricardo
136.
Ham.
Has to go, and it's not going to go, which means Ricardo Ham has an opportunity on 56 to cross the
96.
line, a 4-2
Ricardo, you
winner
require 56.
to get his campaign off to a winning start. Double top it is.
36.
The 2 match-winning opportunities have come to pass for the Dutchman.
Oliver, you require 40.
Mitchell returning for tops to take us the distance. Remember, trailed this game by 3-1.
Game shot on the 6th
But it's
leg.
taken us the
Oliver
distance and we'll
Mitchell.
have the darts in the last leg.
There was a touch of class there
7th and final leg.
from
Oliver
Oliver.
to Farouk
Just took it in
first.
his stride, didn't overplay it, didn't get drawn into the
Come on.
drama of things, just stepped up, did his job. And he's doing his job quite efficiently there, isn't he? Averaging just shy of 95 here on debut. He would have thought before he threw a dart today, if I go up there and average 95, I'm going to win. Well, right now it looks like he's going to.
180.
What's it they say about
100.
the cream rising to the top, the class coming to the boil? This is exactly what we're seeing from Oliver Mitchell here. Getting better as the game goes along and seemingly now having just that bit too much of Ricardo Ham.
Well, there's been a lot of thinking potentially going on there where
44.
you've hit the 180, you see your opponent go high, go low, you think, just don't hit a treble, I'm fine. Ham finds one with the last dart, keeps him in the leg.
100.
Not much to separate them at the moment. The big separation here, though, is the fact that Mitchell's throwing first. Doesn't need to push and force the issue here, just find 1 treble. Force your opponent to hit the 2.
44.
And despite hitting a maximum with the opening visit, Oliver Mitchell is opening the door here for Ricardo Ham.
100.
He looked in cruise control of this last leg, did Oliver, but as you rightly say, Matt, he's slowly but surely letting it slip. This is all of a sudden a very important visit to the board. Picks off the treble he at least needed to get. And by finding 2, he's in control again.
133.
That would have been relief. Seeing that dart go in the treble 19 would have felt like relief. Because he did have a look over to the scoreboard before approaching the OCHE to see where Ham was. And it could have been
60.
panic stations. That is
Oliver,
the
you
dream
require
scenario.
100.
He will feel like he has 6 from here.
So either persevere with the treble. I think he wanted to go tots, but the Lion Dart one was so awkward. There could have been a catch. There could have been all sorts of issues as Ham was looking at triple 19.
89.
So double 12 for the 141. He's not going to get that. But Mitchell will get free in hand at tops. He was 3-1 down in this game. But it's a game that he has won in a last leg decider. Getting better as the game went along. It was a slow start for Oliver Mitchell, but once he grew into the game, it felt like there was only ever going to be one winner. Ricardo Ham, the grimace on his face is because he knows that he's let an opportunity slip there. Mitchell wins by 4 legs to 3. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. There before the break, we saw Oliver Mitchell get the better of Ricardo Ham by 4 legs to 3. Game number 4 of our session is a meeting between Keanu Van Velzen and Harry Ward. For Harry, got himself up and running with a 4-2 win against Colin McCaughrean. Average of 92.5. That was despite missing 9 darts at a double in that particular contest. As for Keanu, average of just under 75. Lost 4-1 to Stephen Johnston and his opener. And I get the sense that with Keanu, he's not really playing a game with Harry Ward. What he is playing is a psychological match against himself.
Yep, very, very fair. And I think the issue here is Harry Ward played so much better in that opening round of fixtures, average of 92.5, but looked well within himself, didn't he? Looked like he was averaging 92.5, but could easily put 5 points on that. Whereas for Van Velzen, yes, he had that disruption in the opening game, but I was concerned about the action. The action breaking down, starting to push, starting to snatch at the darts.
100.
And that's something as a player you feel. You know when your throw's not right, you know when your action's not right. And the hardest thing is, you've got feel versus real. How do you put something right that you can't see? And that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to work on it. And a classic example there, breaking down. I think this can be a long campaign.
And to be perfectly honest, it's actually quite hard to watch because
60.
we've got to know Keanu quite well over the course of the last 6 months, and he is very much a glass half full character. Tries to see life in the most positive way possible.
82.
But these scenarios, and look, you've probably been in positions where everything's just going disastrously wrong for yourself.
More often than not, yes.
I wasn't going to say it, I'm glad you have. But when you're in these
81.
particular points, no matter how positive you might perceive yourself to be as an individual, it must be very hard to look at anything positive right now.
He's forcing. Look at the darts,
60.
how they're lying. See how they're
Harry
laying
Ward,
across the board.
120.
He is throwing the body into the shot, and Harry Ward's could just cruise to victory here.
100.
15 darts thrown for Van Velzen, not on a finish, gives Harry Ward the time to leisurely break the throw.
Just doing it all in his own time.
127.
And I suppose for Harry Ward, there's going to be
Harry
a different
required 20.
kind of discipline potentially attached to this contest. Can't afford a blink here. Finds the
Aim
double
shot on the
10.
first leg.
But there might
Harry
be
Ward.
points where Harry Ward may have to just focus on himself
Second
and kind
leg,
of not
Harry
look
to
at what
throw
his
first.
opponent's
Come
doing.
on.
Because I can imagine that when you're playing somebody in Keanu's situation who is struggling a lot, as a human being, there's sympathy, but as a dart player, you've got to try and block it out as much as possible.
60.
It's infectious. Performance is infectious. We see it quite a lot, don't we? When one player raises the game, the other one goes with it. When one player drops off, the other can tend to do so.
60.
And what you can do is you can start to break it down into mini games where you're like, right, he hasn't hit a treble. Right, if I get a treble here, I'm going to open up a gap. And you start playing the game as if we're
44.
talking on it. And this is where you've got to do the classic play the board, not the player. Although the player's playing all right here, that's a good
140.
visit. Possible bit of positivity that was definitely needed right now for Van Velzen.
Never a bigger example of that for me than that game at the Grand Slam between Cameron Menzies and Barry Van Peer about
140.
10 years ago. It was the match after Barry had the unfortunate incidents against Gary Anderson, and both players knew that, and the quality of contest was diluted as a consequence.
180.
But the quality just beginning to fling out that right arm now of Keanu Van Velzen on a finish after 9 to try and break back and level up.
58.
It's always the danger, isn't
Johnny
it?
require
Just
121.
because someone's not played well until this point doesn't affect the darts that are in the hand right now. It's the old roulette analogy, isn't it? Just because it's been red for the last 15 goes doesn't mean it's all of a sudden going to be black.
Which is why you usually go for green
85.
0, don't you?
Yes, I do, yes.
Double 18 is going to be under pressure. Try to put it under maximum pressure just to get a bit of
Johnny
noise,
requires
to flicker the
36.
lights a little bit, and maybe just offset his opponent a little bit, who now looks at double 9.
18.
Kisses the wire. Ward back for 2
Harry
zip.
require 59. Aim shot on the second leg. Harry
Two
Ward.
it is. Harry Ward in full control of the contest.
Third leg, Keanu to throw first. Game on.
We said it earlier on, didn't we? We thought 11-4 to win the group for Harry Ward
25.
looked preposterous, and it's being made to look rather silly here so far. at least on the evidence that we've seen up to press.
There's another break opportunity here. I know we're only 3 darts in,
30.
but, well, Harry Wars just said, we'll maybe delay that thought, Mr. Edgar.
100.
It's all effort, isn't it? Every single dart is becoming effort for Van Velzen.
58.
Being a big favourite as well does come with its own pressures. It's not something I experience too often, but certainly changes
45.
the way you feel about a game, even though it shouldn't.
$140.
That's almost okay. I'll let you get away with a mistake, maybe 2, but you're not getting away with 3.
119. $84. 60.
Well, Van Velzen first 2 are finishing this leg on 152, but
96.
going to be forced to take it out.
Gianni, you require 152.
Will find himself on a 2-darter. So Van Velzen here, 152. Another one of them. Unable to muster, so
100.
Ward's here looking at
Harry, you
93
require
for the double
93.
break and a 3-leg lead.
Gone the aggressive route. Gone
James
the
on the
confident
third
route, the
Harry
assured route. The route that's found him a double breaker
Full
throw and
flag,
full
Harry to
control
throw
of this game.
first.
Back in the day, people
Come
may have
on.
looked at the ball there. I think those days are well and truly gone now, aren't they?
It's the old Raymond van Barneveld adage, isn't it? I'm a professional dart player. I should back myself to hit a treble with 1 or 2
96.
darts. Ward with a double break, 3-0 in front. Has this match exactly where he wants it. It's become somewhat
84.
of a procession. It's not been Harry Ward anywhere near his best, but we mentioned it earlier on in the game. Because of the dynamic about this game, you're probably not going to see the best from him. It's just doing. In
85.
footballing terms, and you play a team down the bottom end of the Premier League, for example, we'll say if Arsenal, Manchester City win 1-2-0, it's a professional job done. And that is exactly what Harry Ward's doing in this particular instance.
97.
The Arsenal offside trap
41.
of performance.
Changes to the
100.
offside law, at least how it's going to be applied anyway at this upcoming World Cup, which gets underway tonight. Mexico against South Africa. In fact, 2 World Cups get underway on the same day today, because obviously the PDC World Cup gets underway a
93.
little bit later on. And it all gets underway on Owen Binks' birthday. Many happy birthday returns to him. Do you want to hazard a guess as to how old he is?
85.
25.
29. Well, Harry Ward's here, planting in 2 trebles.
135.
And putting himself on the cusp of victory. Van Velzen needs something out of the blue, really, in comparison to what he's
48.
put in for the entirety of the
Harry
match.
require
A
46.
match which should come to a close now, as Harry Ward has a look at double 16 to wrap it up
Headshot
by
and a
4
match,
legs to
Harry
0.
Ward.
Well, it was a professional job done by Big H, his second win of the day. And for Keanu Van Velzen, his miserable time of it in Portsmouth just continues. Well, that's the tale of the tape. And when we return, we're going to watch Ricardo Ham take on Stephen Johnston. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Cable got his second win of the day, getting the better of Keanu Van Velzen by 4-0. Game 5 is a meeting between Ricardo Ham and Stephen Johnston. For Stephen, looking to get his second win of the day, looking to join Hammy Ward on 4 points at the top of the Group C table. As for Ricardo, he lost out in the last leg decider, having led 3-1 in his match against Oliver Mitchell to kick off proceedings.
100.
He has work to do if he's to get himself back into his group. However, on the basis of his performance in that opening game, enough signs of encouragement for yourself, Matthew?
Yeah, Oliver Mitchell was running mid-90 average for the majority of that game, and Ricardo Ham managed to get himself 2 match darts. That's credited within itself.
60.
But that's how I see it. I see it in a very positive light. When you're the dart player and you've just lost a game like that, the only thing you can sometimes sort of pick out is the fact you had 2 match darts and missed those.
140.
Over to you, Ricardo Ham. Is the glass half full or is it half empty? And another good start to this game. Stephen Johnston's going to have to be at his best.
100.
He said he's going to get better as the day goes on, but you feel if he is going to win this match, he's going to have to step it up from what we saw in Cycle 1, despite the fact he won.
Yeah,
38.
a game which was marred by a major delay in it against Keanu Van Velzen, but was able to get over the line. I think it's one of those games where he won,
80.
probably will draw a line in the sand just because of everything that happened
Ricardo,
in
you
that
require 164.
particular contest. As Ricardo looks at 164 to get things up and running. The bullseye
139.
just underneath.
Stephen, you require 161.
Well, there's an argument there to potentially lay up if you're Ricardo Ham.
95. Ricardo, you require
In
25.
that same situation, argument there where Johnson could have used the ball 25 with a last, so a couple of choices being made by the players.
13. Stephen, you require
Sure, if
66.
Ham had another opportunity, he may choose a different double. Tops the double of choice here for Johnson.
Yeah,
And he
he's on the
finds
first
an
leg.
early breaker
Stephen
throw.
Johnson.
A leg that it always felt he was just at arm's reach
Second leg,
from.
Stephen to throw first. Game
But
on.
Ricardo Ham, who missed 2 match darts to win the last match, has just missed 2 darts at the start of this one. Now,
85.
we talk about how to process things and how to be positive, but if those patterns start to emerge, it's very easy to start slipping into that negative mindset.
85. $123.
And with Oliver Mitchell taking on Conor McCaughrean in Game 6, if Stephen Johnson was to win this match and Oliver was to win the next, then everything that you said would have bared fruit with the 3 players dropping out of Group A pointless after the first couple of rounds and the 3 players coming directly into this group all on maximum points.
100.
Well, the 3 players coming in certainly had quality, didn't they? Proven quality as well, and on this stage. Other than Oliver Mitchell, of course, who's making his debut here, but we've seen plenty from him to suggest he'll be able to transition very easily to the Super Series.
$98. Ricardo, you require 136.
Another. Scared the ball in the previous leg for a big finish.
Stephen, you
Couldn't
require
find
95.
the second shovel to give himself a dart off the back of the 136. Johnston looking at double 8 for the 95, and that was a 2-0 lead.
Ricardo, you require 40.
I think that's where we may have saw the first Stephen Johnson reaction. He's keeping it all under wraps so far.
Aims on the second leg. Ricardo
That'd be
Ham.
frustrating. Did the hard work breaking throw in the opening leg, then Ricardo Ham breaking straight
Third leg,
back. He
Ricardo
earned it
to
though,
throw
didn't he? It
first.
wasn't that
Game on.
Stephen Johnson threw it away. Johnson having a dart for a 15 dart leg. Ricardo Ham able to break in 14. We've got a quality contest here.
140.
Yeah, we've had a couple of decent games so far on this Thursday afternoon, which are into
57.
Game 5 of, a third of the way through the session.
140.
But I just get the sense these are two players who are at similar points of their Super Series journey. We mentioned about Stephen Johnson in his previous game, but I think Ricardo Ham's been here enough times now to think, right, it's time to take that natural next step of progression. Third time playing here at the Super Series. Saw him at the
80.
ADC Global Championship back in December.
I don't think we've seen a version of Ricardo Ham that's played as well as he has this week, though. I think this is a significant step up in performance and quality where we're looking at him very differently this week.
60.
Not a lot of damage done there.
140.
Speaking of damage, 5 big power trebles from
Ricardo
Stephen Johnson.
81.
Backs up the 180 with the 140. And this leg looks very different. That's because it's over.
Third leg.
There is no
Ricardo.
more leg. 14 dart, backed up with a 14 darter. Very, very different version, as we mentioned.
Yeah, back-to-back 14th for Ricardo Ham to go 2-1 to the goods.
Fourth leg, Stephen to throw first.
Which means over the last couple of legs, and I know it's a small sample size, but he's averaging 107 change.
97.
Feels like they're really bringing each other along as well. They're enjoying the pace of the game.
Well, they both play too that similar rhythm where it's not overly quick, but it's not overly slow at the same time. They're two rather Goldilocks players in terms of pace.
140.
Just cracking on with things, isn't it? It's not quick.
Was that a deliberate pun because Ham's playing?
I didn't say crackling on with things.
140. 44. 55.
So Johnson here, 6 of 220. To square this game up at 2-2, and he's going to leave himself on a 2-darter when he comes back. May just get the solitary dart at tops.
60.
However,
Stephen, you require 80.
he's got all the time that one could possibly want. Shouldn't chase the 25 and bolt because Ham's all the way back at 192. And that's where a little bit of board management
40.
comes into play.
Well, I was just starting to think there that Johnson's making an absolute mess of that glorious golden opportunity, which he was going, what a last start, saves himself. And
81.
he did that a lot in the first
Stephen,
match
you
as well.
require 40.
Third dart, often getting himself out of trouble. Dart 3.
30.
Not on this occasion.
Ricardo, you require 111.
So 111. And this really would be a steal. He's not going to find the trouble 17 with dart 2.
70.
So
Stephen, you
Johnson will
require
get
10.
another 3. But if he makes a hash of this, Ricardo will get darts with a
Game
break.
shot on the
But
fourth
he
leg.
eventually finds
Stephen
the double
Johnson.
2 to square us up at 2-2.
With which dart, Henry? Once again, dart
Fifth leg,
number
Ricardo
3.
to throw first. Game on.
Shows good character as well, that does. When you can keep picking things out last start in hand. He'll want it to be a bit more comfortable. He'll want it first start,
60.
of course. But it's always nice to just have that in the back of your mind.
He comes from an
123.
incredibly strong darting family. His dad, Pete Johnston, played at the World Championship at Lakeside on a number of occasions, represented his country with distinction on a number of occasions. And you'll see on the right collar of his shirt, Stephen Johnston, a pin badge with PJ on it to forever keep
100.
the memory of his dad, Pete, alive. Well, it's just a little glitch in terms of the scoreboard, so a slight delay to proceedings here. I think all is set now. Ricardo will return to the board. Pretty much nothing to separate him at this stage of the contest.
40.
Possible break in flow though there, just costing Ricardo Ham a little bit.
94.
In which Stephen Johnson jumping in. It's just the scoreboard running a little bit slow, and Ricardo Ham, he is one of those players that's like, I am not throwing until everything is done and dusted. Johnson don't mind, he's straight to it.
58. Ricardo, you require
Not
161.
the time for a slip.
No. However, I was going to say, if Ricardo didn't find a treble, he might get away with it somewhat. But by picking up the treble,
Stephen, you
it
require
means that this has to
126.
go. Otherwise, he's probably going to face a dart or two against him to go 3-2 behind. And he's going to get a look at double six, which just clips on the inside.
Ricardo, you require
Well,
62.
that last dart, the choice for Ham has left this a little bit trickier. 62 doesn't sound like a lot, but it's only going to be the one dart, the double.
22. Stephen, you require 6.
Needed more.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Stephen Johnston.
And that breaker throw that Stephen Johnson got in leg 1 has now just
6th
returned
leg,
again.
Stephen to throw first.
But this
Come
time
on.
Stephen Johnson can hold his throw. He'll be through with another 2 points. Joining Harry Ward on 4.
81. $95. $123.
And Stephen Johnson now really making that push towards the finishing line.
Well, Ricardo Ham has been
85.
really strong at just keeping the darts straight throughout this fixture and his first one, but as this game's getting a little bit tighter, we're just starting to see him lose his
140.
line a little bit, starting to find darts going in the 5. And it always seems to be that... Of course. I was going to say, it always seems to be the miss, he misses left. And then, as I'm saying it, he throws one into one.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen that before. We've seen the Ali Pali Wasp attack players, but now the
41.
flight's actually on the flights.
Stephen, you require 157. 97.
Needs to cover the trebles here, or Johnson's got time. He can't find it.
60.
And that
Stephen,
means
you
Stephen
require
Johnson
60.
now got 2 visits for another 2 points.
Double top it is. Now double 10.
50.
But both darts move on the inside. It's going to be back, but he's not been able to finish off legs cleanly, has he? But he has got another opportunity
45.
to
Stephen, you're
get
required
over the
10.
line. And we've got a hammer
Game
175.
shot
Could have
and
split
a
if he
match.
wanted
Stephen
to, but went
Johnson.
straight for it and found it. And seals his second win of the group. 4-2 win over Ricardo Ham puts Stephen Johnston onto 4 points in the table. And Oliver Mitchell could do exactly the same if he beats Conor McCaughrean on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Stephen Johnston get the better of Ricardo Ham by 4 legs to 2. That recorded his second victory of this Thursday afternoon session. Match number 6 is a meeting between Oliver Mitchell and Colin McCaughrean. For Oliver, he's looking to join Harry and Stephen on 4 points. He won his opening match against Ricardo Ham 4-3. Came back from 3-1 behind to win that contest, and he did so with the performance of the afternoon so far. Average just underneath the 94 mark, 4 from 7 in terms of finishing in that contest. But in fairness to Colin, there was an upturn in performance in his opening game against Harry Ward. Yes, I know he lost it 4-2, but averaged just over 89. That was despite missing 11 darts at a double. The scoring was a lot more like it in that previous game. Only problem is, against Oliver Mitchell, he is still, despite those numbers, going to have to raise it to get a result, you think, based on the opening performances.
Yeah, completely fair. Colin really did step it up, didn't he, from what we've seen from him 39. So far. And when I was having a look at this week, I did ask a few players, because he's someone who's done a few events already this year as Colin, and there was a lot of people suggesting that there's a bit of a player there. He could be dangerous. We have yet to see that. But maybe an indication, because he challenged Harry Ward, who for me is the favourite to win this group, and probably the favourite to give a bit of a challenge to Derek Coulson 66. In regards to who could win this title this week. The other bit of information I was told is he likes to give it a bit. And 100. If things start to go his way, we might start to see that. And that's where, in the next cycle of fixtures, we could get a very interesting clash, because we've not seen it yet from Stephen Johnson, but I'm sure if someone gives 100. Something against him, he will start to bite. A bit like Gerwyn Price. You don't get away with having a roar against Gerwyn Price without getting one back.
83.
Yeah, I wonder what the ambition is for Colin outside of it. He's not going to be a part of the Northern Ireland team at next week's Six Nations down in sunny Ilfracombe.
61.
I wonder whether it's a case of being the best in class in terms of the ADC in Northern Ireland. We know that Neil Duff doesn't play his trade there anymore, mainly because of the fact that he now lives in Switzerland. Beautiful setup. The 81 has to go. Simple as that. 12 and ball. Chased the triple, paid the price. 35 left, having strayed into the treble 9.
I'm more concerned 49. The fact that he didn't know straight away to go for the 12. He had to step back, look at it, evaluate, 40. Broke the rhythm, broke the flow. And it could be a breaker throw.
Double 10.
30.
It's not there. And so McCaughrean will feel as if he's got away with one 32. Here, potentially, as he looks at 32 to go 1-0 to the good. Now double 8. 2 4s chasing round the board
24.
And unable to find anything.
Oliver, you require 10.
So 2 5s to Mitchell. 2 2s. They say 8. They never lose, but they're not found on that occasion.
Colin, you require
Scrappy
8.
Opening leg.
Four.
Which no one can get a grasp of right now.
Oliver, you require 2.
So the Madhouse of Mitchell.
No score. Colin, you require 4.
You go back to a couple of the early darts at a double here, and they looked a bit off, didn't they? Angled very slightly differently in the board, not landing how they'd want them to. Just upsets the rhythm a little bit and the feel. And although Colin's won that leg, it won't feel like he's a winner right now. They're the ones that, if you win this match, you look back on in a week's time and you forget. you go, oh yeah, I won the leg, don't really matter.
One of those in the moment,
100.
as opposed to upon reflection.
Yeah, right now they'll both, for want of a better term, they'll probably feel a little bit embarrassed as such by those sort of missed opportunities.
139.
They shouldn't, but you do.
$49.
And after this will be our second cycle of fixtures completed. Everyone would have played 2 games.
100.
At this point, as a pundit, you don't really look at the table and talk about the shaping of the table really till after round 3. As a player,
56.
you do. Certainly if you've lost those first couple of games, you go into cycle 3 going, I have to win in this one or I'm in big trouble here, where the opportunity to qualifying just feels too far away.
Yeah, your rule of 3 would very much come into force for the bottom 3 in this particular group, as Mitchell should get a dart at a double, at least when he comes back.
43.
And he's going to have
Oliver
plenty of
requires
time
64.
here to square this match back up at 1 apiece. Picks tops.
44.
Couldn't pick it off.
Well, this is where it started to break down, wasn't it, for Mitchell in the previous leg? Started with tops, pulled the dart low, inside the 10s, inside
38.
the 5s, chased
Oliver
it around
required
and
20.
couldn't pin it in the end. He knows he's got 6 darts here, though. But again, chasing it round the board.
Game shot on the second leg.
And he
Oliver
eventually
Mitchell.
gets there. That could have got rather skew-if for Mitchell, but he does get
Third
himself
leg
back to
Collins
level at
to
1
for a
apiece.
first.
We
Game
need to
on.
get to the bottom of this pig, haven't we, at some point?
36.
I'm trying to think of some reasons. Maybe he's a big fan of Toy Story. Maybe he likes sandwiches.
137.
Could be a Ricardo Ham fanboy. Just glad he's not playing David Cameron this week.
85. $60. $46.
Opportunity here. 3 darts in hand, 30 points on the board. This is a chance to open up a bit of a gap. And that's
79.
been quite a strength for Oliver Mitchell here. When he's been switching away and coming down to the 19s, he's been finding.
100.
Should look at the
58.
18s. Does pick off the 18s. He's himself on 167 to get the break and to put himself 2-1 to the good.
58. Oliver, you require 167.
So 167. He's got 6 from here. He's going to need the full quota of 6.
97.
There it is again. Switching down to the bottom end of the board with good success there, Oliver Mitchell. Leaves himself to just single to double.
41.
Of course, he'd love the treble.
Oliver, you
Get a
require
bonus
70.
start on the double.
Double top.
50.
Drops just low. And so McCochran here
Oliver,
looking
you
at
require
135 to
135.
get his nose in front at 2-1.
That could be tricky. We'll be really interested to see what happens should he
105.
hit that treble 20 because he was
Oliver,
laid
you
across
require
the bullseye.
20. Game shot on the third leg. Oliver
On a
Mitchell.
double 10 foul. Mitchell gets his nose in front 2-1, gets the break.
Fourth
And
leg,
now
Oliver
really
2
looking
first.
to
Game on.
take control of the match.
$95. 99.
We've also got to look at the journeys of the players to these points. We go back to that first leg where all those missed doubles come into play. For Oliver Mitchell, he's got no scar tissue so far this week. It was just a bad leg. I missed a few shots, okay. For Colin, he can very quickly go back to the missed opportunities he's had this week.
26.
It almost felt like, oh, not again, because those misses was much more recent than any form of negativity, any sort of scarring that Oliver may have. Sometimes it's not just the game we're watching in front of our eyes, it's the games we've seen in recent times.
56.
And this is where Oliver Mitchell comes into this fresh. No scar tissue whatsoever. For Conor McCaughrean, there is. And it's been very evident that the three players
27.
from Group A, what became a struggle at the beginning of the week, is continuing as we enter Group C.
He's starting to wayward now, isn't he? He's starting to spray darts around the board, is Colin. And even if he finds a
99.
maximum now, Oliver Mitchell's still got 6 darts at 80. It's all becoming a little bit comfortable. Even if he finds a maximum, it does not leave him on a finish. Still 6 darts in hand. It hasn't changed anything.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
3-1 to the goods, and now 1 away. Does the thing on the
Fifth
back of his
leg,
shirt
Colin
say,
to
bring
throw
home the
first.
bacon? Indeed it does.
Game on.
I think there used to be a board game like that when I was younger, actually. Maybe he's a fan of board games.
59.
What, backgammon?
Aha, yes.
$40. $99. $100.
You feel like with Oliver Mitchell, he's playing this game, and I'm just trying to get a bit of a read by the reactions. Like,
135.
he feels there's more in there. He feels that he's not producing his best as of yet. There's probably people watching at home right now who are like, Matt, you're absolutely spot on. We watch Oliver Mitchell on a weekly basis, and we're waiting for him to turn up here. That being said, he's still in a very strong position to be picking up early points. That's what you want to do. You don't need to be at your best.
52.
It's not a competition who can average the most. It's who can get the most points.
Well, look, Derek Coulson's won 15 out of 15 in Group A, but that is absolutely irrelevant if he loses 2 group stage matches on Saturday night.
Well, we saw similar. I'm going to go back to a couple of years ago. Wesley Plazier
95.
dominated everything. Got to Saturday
All
night.
you require 156.
Didn't pick up the title.
Adam Paxton, wasn't it?
It was. Oh, that's loose.
82.
Had
Oliver,
to run
you
as
require
far for cover as
170.
possible. But this, the biggest and best way to finish off a match for the 170 isn't going to go. And so McCaughrean looking at 74 to reduce the gap and to force Mitchell to serve it
66.
out in the next.
Colin, you require 74.
Interesting he's chose to go right.
34.
Point proven. I don't grasp
Oliver,
the
you
right-hand
require
move. That
104.
made no sense.
So 104 to get it wrapped up. Hasn't been the prettiest of performances from Oliver Mitchell. However, 80 left, tops. Gets the first. Can he find the second? Just
84.
underneath.
Colin, you require
Well, clean
40.
target this time. Gets to throw from the third hockey position,
James on
and this
the
time he
fifth leg.
finds it.
Colin
Good pick
McCaughrean.
off there. No troubling on the doubles that time for Colin. Keeps himself in the
Sixth
game,
leg,
but
Oliver to throw first.
has he got it
Come
in
on.
him to find a break, a throw?
Let me
131.
131.
Rephrase that. Has he got it in him to find a break, a throw when his opponent kicks off with two big power trebles?
Well, now he really is being asked the question for
96.
Cochrane, isn't he?
Just taking a little bit of sting out the game, isn't he, at the moment, Mitchell, on the approach to the OCHE?
98.
Big last pick off once again, down on the 19s. Finds a lot of success down there.
57.
Again, a bizarre move there from Colin. Deciding to go to the 18s. Means now a 180 doesn't leave him a finish.
28.
However, Oliver isn't able to pounce on it in a way that perhaps he would have wanted to.
39.
I'm going to say Oliver, to me, is just looking a little bit edgy. And the reason for that isn't what the darts are landing in, it's how they're landing. A lot of the times the darts landing low, and when they land low, they stand up more. You
60.
can see there with darts, he stands up more when he's pulling the darts low. Not only that has altered the pace of the game, that's someone who's trying to gain control and force the issue.
171.
And it's all just changed in one single visit.
138 left. And again, that first dart just dropping low, and he's just unable to compensate. Has to chase down the board.
Look at the
59.
angle of the darts. That's the thing. And the wiping of the
Colin, you
hands
require
there
138.
just confirms everything for me that he's getting a bit edgy.
Treble 18. Decided to stay there to leave double 9. 58 left. Should be a big 18 to leave tops. It is a big 18 to leave tops.
Oliver, you require 125.
Will be pattering around the bullseye here, Oliver Mitchell. Treble 20 for double top. Tops. McCock could expect it to go, but it flicks off
105.
the flight and just low.
Colin, you require 40.
Inviting.
James on the sixth flag. Colin McCaughrean.
Well, when Mitchell went 3-1 up in this game, it looked like it was job done. A
Seventh
15
and final leg,
darter.
Colin to
And
Farouk
things
first.
was getting better. All of a sudden, he started missing opportunities. He started looking a
Come
bit
on.
edgy. Colin may become favourite here. The pattern of play and the advantage of throw.
Certainly
140.
been an upturn of improvements in terms of in performance from Group A, which culminated yesterday into this Group C on Thursday afternoon as Mitchell, just when it looked like he was under a bit of pressure,
180.
piled in a maxi just to pile it upon his opponent again. But this is some response. This is some last leg. Second 180, and he gives it the big one.
180.
Switching down to his favourable
96.
treble 19. I mean, this is a quality last leg. This is where you're supposed to be nervy and edgy. This is where mistakes are almost excused.
134.
Colin is producing the best leg he has thrown all week. Got to switch. Got to come away.
58. Colin,
He's
you
got
require
down to a finish,
47.
but Colin will probably feel he's got 2 visits here.
Tops of the win. Now down for double 10. So
37.
double 10 just drifts inside.
Oliver,
So
you require
Mitchell here,
167.
167 to win this contest.
Well, double 5 can get a little bit tricky, a little bit messy. He's got to be aggressive with this first dart.
59. Colin, you require
It's
10.
been a bit of a bruiser this game at times. Oliver Mitchell led 3-1. But he is going to get a chance to win it.
6.
Remember, he
Oliver,
won from a
require
3-1 deficit in the
108.
previous match, nearly lost from a 3-1 lead in this. But he's still got a hope here as Mitchell. And he is going to get a match dart. Double 16.
76.
Comes and goes. Another opportunity
Colin, you require 4.
comes to pass to win this contest. And so McCaughrean gets 3 clear. Down at double 2, down in the dungeon. Now looking at the madhouse.
Game shot. And a match.
And
Colin McCaughrean.
eventually gets that win. Colin McCaughrean, he beats Oliver Mitchell by 4 legs to 3. He is giving it some gusto, is the Northern Irishman. More than happy with the win he's just got. Coming up next, Keanu Van Velzen against Ricardo Ham. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Colin McCaughrean got the better of Oliver Mitchell by 4 legs to 3 with 6 games down on this Thursday afternoon. And this is how the table looks. Ward and Johnson on 4 points, Mitchell and McCaughrean on 2. Ham and Van Velzen yet to pick up a win. And we're going to see the bottom 2 go head to head in game 7 on this Thursday afternoon. where Ricardo Ham has a 3-0 winning record against Keanu Van Velzen this week. Looking to get himself up and running on this Thursday. Lost out 4-3, having led 3-1 against Oliver Mitchell in his opening match before then going down 4-2 to Stephen Johnston in his second game. For Keanu, just one leg won so far today.
First leg, Keanu
And
to
a
throw
nice
first. Game
warm
on.
embrace between the pair who have certainly become rather accustomed to one another over the course of the last 4 days or so.
100.
And for KVV, I suppose that the same points get echoed. But for Ricardo Ham, there's been some decent stuff. But I suppose it's
100.
also fair to say that when push has come to shove, he's just not had that little bit extra, has he?
He's carved out
140.
opportunities. But the main thing to remember with Ricardo Ham is he's got to get over the line. Everyone, you've got to get over the line. You give yourself the chance, you've got to cross.
68.
Ricardo Ham has had limited opportunities, but that's the level at the Super
55.
Series. You are going to get limited opportunities. You're going to get a couple of shots and a couple of chances, and that's all it's going to be.
100.
Unless you raise your scoring power and buy yourself further opportunities. But he's got a good chance here. He's going up against a player he's had good success against already this week. 12-4 up in regards to the legs on the head-to-head. So there should be some positivity here for
100.
Ricardo Ham. Certainly on the
You only
evidence of what we've
require
seen so far
148.
today. However, both players will be starting to look at that league table start to form. And we'll
140.
certainly see this as a
Ricardo
very
require
important clash.
133.
So 1-3-3 for Ricardo. Unable to muster this time, so KVV will come back, returning for 2 fours
90.
to get himself up
Keanu,
and
you
running
require
in this
8.
contest. Just get the sense that something needs to happen
Aim shot on the
cleanly.
first leg. Keanu Van Velzen.
Something just to happen which doesn't feel
Second leg, Ricardo
complicated,
to throw
doesn't feel
first.
like a gift,
Game
something
on.
that he's carved out for himself. And that could just be the thing that maybe just begins to spark him into life a little bit.
140.
Little point at the camera there as well, we like to see Van Velzen.
60.
Bit of the old Johnny Claytons.
A KVV ferret point.
What's your favourite
140.
reaction to something positive happening? We've seen many
If
examples.
the correct answer is an Andrew Gilding thumbs up, then
121.
the game's gone.
I don't know, I might be biased, but I think the Matt Edgar bow for the 180 was quite good.
Yeah, we only ever saw it once in about 11 years.
Still, once it's okay, we can play it on repeat. It's all good.
42.
It's recorded footage.
Is that just like the I beat Gary Anderson with a 170?
170 finish, yeah, that was a me. Yeah.
100.
I would talk about your World Championship career highlights, but I've only got 2 words to
59.
say about that, and that is Darius Labanauskas.
I got over it when the 7.5 grand went in the
100.
bank account now.
Ricardo require 120.
Not bad for an afternoon's work.
$88.
Well, Ham unable to take
Keanu
out the
require
120.
120.
Keanu Van Velzen looking to do what his opponent couldn't. But just like Ricardo, shots off. So
80.
and back for 32
Ricardo
to level up
required
at 1
32.
apiece.
Aim shot on the second leg.
No problem on double 8,
Ricardo
and we are back on level terms.
Third leg, Keanu to throw first. Game on. $45.
Well, that's what we saw a lot of in Game 1 and Game 2 for Van Velzen. Just lunging in with that dart.
140.
Throwing himself into the shot rather than throwing the dart.
$100.
battling himself. You mentioned it earlier, didn't you? You said exactly that. It's almost like he's playing himself rather than the opponent.
41.
Yeah, things could potentially get a bit smelly for Ricardo if he's not careful.
58.
I mean, it's a better level of performance from Keanu Van Velzen, averaging about 85 and change.
60.
But those signs are starting to come in, and that's the worrying thing for me. When these signs start to come in, he starts lunging into the board. That's when it kind of starts to break down.
60.
As we see there with dart number 3. You can see it coming.
60.
These must be the worst battles to fight, of the internal battles.
Yeah, because you'll feel something's wrong, but you don't know how to fix it. And we can see him just trying to force the hand and the arm to finish in a certain set position.
85. Keanu, you require 138.
Looking at the 138 here to get his nose in front, 2-1. Ricardo needing just the one triple
60.
on the back of the 115
require
to
115.
get a go at a double. And this for the breaker throw. He needs 1 to win this match.
79.
He's unable to locate it there.
Keanu, you require 78.
Double top.
58.
Just low.
Ricardo, you require 36.
The first real big moment in this game, the first key exchange, doesn't go the way of Ricardo
28.
Ham on this occasion. That was 3 darts to
Keanu,
break
you
the
require
throw.
20.
Instead, Van Velzen gets a bit of a reprieve.
Game show on the third leg.
Well, the double five's
Keanu
there,
Van
and
Velzen.
Keanu Van Velzen is halfway towards victory.
Oh, we're getting it all, aren't we? We've had the Johnny Clayton point. We've had
Fourth
the
leg,
old
Ricardo
flexing
to
of the
Fruta.
muscles. We've had the kiss
Come
in the
on.
biceps. We're getting the Michael Van Gerwen pulling up the socks. It's a darting tribute show here from Van Velzen.
140.
I'm calling it now. In the Van Velzen tribute show
94.
of celebrations, I think we're going to get the Andrew Gilding thumb and the Brendan Dolan helicopter.
100.
Not the first tribute act to play at the Super Series. Do you remember Paul Lewis, Matt? How can you forget Paul Lewis? Part of an Oasis tribute band called
180.
Two Oasis, who infamously performed at Mansfield Town's car park before a League Two semi-final. Unfortunately, nobody was watching, and much to Van Velzen's frustration, I think there's just a slight glitch to the scoreboard. Now, there was a problem in his opening match against Stephen Johnson, which led to a lengthy delay. And he's probably frustrated because in that game he'd led before there was an issue, and in this game he's leading before there's an issue.
100.
And was just starting to get a bit of a flow as well, wasn't he? And he started off with a bit of flow, and well, he's having a good look at this. He's making sure it's all correct. He's pondering something.
It's probably one of those situations where, look, it can't be helped, and it's not as if it's specifically targeted one player as to the issues arise around them. But we know how dart players think. They will think that they're the only player that ever gets affected by
Ricardo
something
require
when
161.
something does happen.
$26.
It's all this
Johnny, you require
digital stuff, isn't
127.
it? You didn't get this back in the day with the chalkboard, did you?
Just had to make sure you put the line for the middle of the 7,
Ricardo,
just to
you
make
require
sure it wasn't a 1.
135.
As Ham looks at 135, now 134.
62.
So double 14
Johnny, you require 28.
for Van Velzen to move 3-1 to the good and to get the break, which would mean he'd have the darts in the next to get over the line. And when you consider the last few
14.
days, he probably won as much comfort as he could possibly want. Keanu is just beginning to get hot under the collar, and I suppose you can really understand as to why. $72 for Ricardo to level this game up at 2-2. Well, Ricardo just being told to stop in his tracks by Andrew Culling, which is rather frustrating Keanu Van Velzen, who at some point could potentially combust you sense.
Tough one to have to manage, especially when you're down towards the bottom end of the table. You've not got a point between you. You see it as an opportunity. You think your form's starting to look pretty good. You're playing the best you have today, and that's the right thing. Limber up, loosen up. There you go. That's it. Have a little stretch of the old hammies. Hey!
If anything else, in this game, we've created a Ricardo Ham fitness DVD.
Ricardo,
It's
you're
available at all car
73.
boot sales nearby.
Oh, I want to see that clip forever and a day. And that's the breaking of rhythm, isn't it? It can sometimes cost
33.
you a couple of darts here and there.
Keanu, you require 14.
Keanu hasn't thrown for the best part of a minute and a half. And now he's throwing a dart to lead this game 3-1. And
Game's
he's
on the
just
forefront.
found it into
Keanu
the
Van
top
Velzen.
corner. And he will have the throw in this leg. To get his first win on the board, it would mean that it'd be Ricardo Ham, the player that would be trailing at the bottom of the table without a point to his name. And I don't think many expected that at the beginning of play.
Is he polishing his shoes between shots?
He has got a very weird mannerisms in terms of
Fifth leg, Keanu
every
to
single
throw
time
first.
he
Game on.
heads back to the OCHE, he will just tap the shoes. He's almost Rafa Nadal-esque in terms of he has a set process coming back from the board and then coming back to it.
95.
Dab the towel, maybe have a swig of water, tap the shoes, or do it again in a second. Whether it be in shot or not, I don't quite know.
140.
But everything in terms of what Keanu Van Velzen does between retrieving the darts and approaching the OCHE again is
60.
all routine. It's all based on routine.
$100.
Well, the Gremlins once again appearing on the scoring system, just coming through a little bit slow today, not quite woken up, which I suppose Van Velzen's doing the right thing here, isn't he? Put his back to play here, go polish the shoes, play with the towel, try and keep yourself a little bit distracted from what's going on, because that frustration can boil over into your darts as well, certainly if you come up and have a bad visit.
Is it one of those where you can't blame the frustration, but you've got to try and find the best way of dealing with it?
Yeah, you've got to battle yourself again. You've just got to somehow try and stay calm.
Well, 3-1 to the good. Looking for that first win of the group. Now, there is going to be a slight delay to this game. He's still searching for that first victory of the session as we head towards the midway point of it. And is it kind of as you expected, particularly with Harry Ward being as dominant as he has been up to press?
Yeah, Harry Ward's been strong, hasn't he? The performance of Harry Ward is the standout. It's not the fact that he's on the same points as Steve Johnson. Steve Johnson's got 2 wins, absolutely. They're level. But Harry Ward has looked so much better, hasn't he? He's looked head and shoulders above the whole pack so far on the evidence of what we've seen. There's a long way to go. They've got to play 10 matches, and so far they've only played 2. there is a long, long way to go in regards to this table. But Harry Ward was the pick before a dart was thrown. And on the evidence of everything we've seen so far, I would suggest Harry Ward is on the right track.
Which makes the 11-4 odds at the beginning of the day on him to win this group just look absolutely absurd. Stephen Johnson, I don't think he's played near his best, but what he has done is he's been able to graft away, hasn't he, to the 2 wins he's got.
Yeah, exactly that. Like, Stephen Johnson, he has just shown a bit of quality. Certainly that third dart in hand has been a real asset for him, which, ideally, if he could just tighten up a couple of other... He's going to be in the running, isn't he? I mean, the odds compilers thought he was a better chance to win this group than Harry Ward was, so that'll be an interesting clash a bit later on, especially if they can both keep picking up wins. Harry Ward will be on the OCHE after this game, taking on Oliver Mitchell. Be a tricky clash as we're about to get action back underway here. And I actually like this from Van Velzen. Just get the arm moving, a couple of phantom throws.
Faulty.
Well, it's hit from Paul Lim, don't we? Probably more famous than anybody else, a little ghost throw before he gets his free throwing darts underway.
We see it a lot with Asian players in general, don't we? We saw it a lot with Suzuki when Mikuru played here. She was one that had the phantom throw. I don't see it too often from players sort of UK based. The only one I can sort of
45.
think of would be Crabtree.
Yeah, Dale Pilgrim did it a bit. Might be a bit of a South Croydon thing. 2 players, actually, they're scrapping to keep their tour cards come the end of the year. Dale Pilgrim looks like he's probably going to drop off tour. Cam Crabtree's in a race to keep his tour card. 2 players that have done great things here in the past, but it just goes to show you the gap between this level and the next level up.
Well, I'm looking at a board here in the commentary box that says Modus Super Series records on it. And all the way down, I see the name Daryl Pilgrim. He'd be a welcome addition back here, wouldn't he, if he was to end up dropping
55.
off tour?
One of
Ricardo
the best
requires
players that we've ever
76.
had here as Ricardo Ham looks at 76. To bring it back to 3-2. Has got 6 on this point.
56.
The size to fill it up.
180.
Just to get the scoreboard pressure on Ricardo, who's
you
throwing
require 20.
a double 10 to save this contest.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And only
Ricardo
needed the
Ham.
1 dart to break back, return it to 3-2. And Ricardo with the darts has an opportunity to take us all the way to a last leg decider.
6th leg, Ricardo to throw first. Game on. $45. $100.
Sometimes a bit of frustration in the game can be a good thing because you sort of forget about all the 2s, the throws, the backs, the forwards. I've got to keep pace. He's at 2 trebles. I've got to do something similar. And you just throw with what we're seeing right now with Van Velzen, a bit of pace, a bit of purpose, a bit of aggression.
180.
All things that have been missing from his game in the first couple of matches.
100.
However, I get the sense if he wins this game, I mean, he'll take any win however it comes. But all things considered, this will feel like a very good win for Keanu Van Velzen because he's had a lot of trials and tribulations to try and compete with and battle in this game.
I'm just wondering how much further he can pull his socks up because he's been doing that all the way through this game. They're surely not that stretchy.
24.
You're wearing stockings.
60.
Van Velzen looking to bring this game to a close.
139.
139, set
Ricardo
things up nicely, but 156 here for Ricardo to take us to distance. Another one of them unable to get. And so Keanu Van Velzen is going to return. He's going to get an opportunity, 58 required, to seal a 4-2 win. To get his second win of the week, he's going to get 2 match starts at tops, providing he stays straight with the first.
Keanu, you require 58.
Double top it is to wrap up a 4-2 win. To get his second win of the week. To get himself on the board in this Group C.
28.
It's not there. And Ricardo Ham has got 3 in hand of double 12 to take us the distance. And all the way we go.
The 6th flag, Ricardo Ham.
Well, that's where the questions have been asked of Ricardo Ham so far today.
7 from
When
5,
there's a really important moment, seems to be missing the opportunities. Not here. Not then.
$100. 100.
As we were.
43. 137. 140.
Bit of fire, bit of fight from Van Velzen.
60. 80.
So 80 scored for Van Velzen, leads himself on 138 when he comes back to win the contest. How handy can Ham leave it from here? Leaves it very handy. 140 to leave himself 64. Van Velzen here, 138 for the match.
I like what he's doing here.
Keanu, you require 138.
Doing it on his terms. It's not all been on his terms in this game, but he's making sure this shot is.
60. Ricardo, you require 64.
Now he has to hope that Ricardo doesn't take out this 64. He's going to get a match start. That match start's going to be at double top. And that match start he's got is the only one he needs to get the better of Keanu Van Velzen by 4 legs to 3. So coming up next, Harry Ward against Oliver Mitchell. this going to be a superb finish. The
James on the
104's
second
got
leg.
and Alex Small.
There's a shot on the bullseye, yeah, for Dean Finn. 1, 2, 4,
James on
Dean
the
Finn.
sixth leg. Dean
Called
Finn.
clairvoyance.
Another. Gets it. Double top.
James on the
Well,
first
that
leg.
was
Dylan
supply
Slevin.
from Slevin.
For 32, so it's double 16 to wrap it up.
Game shot and a match.
What a way
Oliver
to
King.
wrap up.
Back in business, it's the bullseye again, and he's
James
hit it
on the
again.
sixth leg.
Graham Hall, an exhibition.
Graham
And,
James
well,
on the
that's
fourth leg.
certainly one way to take out 104 Joe Croft.
Didn't he? Treble 18's the target for double 16. And
Game
there he
shot on the
finds
second
it.
leg. Johan.
Punishes.
20. Tops.
Game shot on the third leg. Sam
Spivey.
Indeed it does, and we've got the Challenge Tour number 1, Joe Hunt in action in Group B, as we see Spivey man, Sam Spivey make his return to the live lounge stage. Dean Finn, a player which I very much highly rate. I think that Group B is going to be tough and competitive next week. Group A sees the likes of Ryan Branley and Graham Hall back in the mix, all of course the reigning Tour champion in the ADC, whilst in Group C, Alex Small amongst the mix of players. Now, we mentioned Joe Hunt earlier on. I want to bring up Dean Finn, Matt, because he's won a week here, he's got to the final of a week here. He's the type of player, we're beginning to see this, that they've just become specialists in this format. May not see too much of them in terms of Challenge Tour, maybe so much in other systems, WDF, ADC, etc. But when they come here, they just find a level of performance which makes them ultra competitive, ultra dangerous, and sees them go deep into the week.
I guess the prime example of that over the years would be someone like Scott Taylor, wouldn't it? Who just seems to always be at his best when he comes to the Super Series. Dean Finn may be putting himself in that same sort of category. The one thing he's going to do is going to look at this lineup, and he's going to look at the players in that Group B with him, and he's going to know that this is a tough week. Not only that, you're going to have 2 players come out of that Group A, which, when you look at the likes of Ryan Branley, Dylan Slevin, Joe Croft, Graham Hall, there's a lot of quality going to drop in. I think we're going to get what we got here this week, Group B, very, very tight, starting at 10 o'clock tonight. I think we're going to get the exact same next week, where Group B could be the one to watch.
By the way, Dylan Slevin is a quality operator. We've not even mentioned his name yet.
Oh yeah, just come off the tour, hasn't he, Dylan Slevin? And he had a couple of good years on tour as well, putting a few good performances at his time being a tour card holder, and undoubtedly wants to go back to being a tour card holder again. He's one of those players that you imagine will get another crack at the professional system and will be better for it the second time around, like a Bradley Brooks. I mean, look at Bradley Brooks coming off tour, came here to the Super Series, went back to tour, a lot more dangerous, a Pro Tour winner now.
What a Spivey man, former series runner-up, and somebody every time he comes here, you know what you're going to get in terms of level of performance. He's going to average around 90 for the week. Sometimes it's good enough, sometimes it's not good enough. What you see is what you get. He's a darting equivalent of Ron Seal.
It's that group for me, though. That's the big danger here. I don't think you'll really feel confident with any selection in there. Even picking Joe Hunt, the man who's doing so well on the Pro Tour, so well on the Challenge Tour, you wouldn't pick him with too much confidence based on the opposition of which he's going to be up against, because that Group B next week, it could be a Champions Week Group B, it could be the best Group B of Series 14.
And Alex Small being placed in Group C, as you say, somebody who's won a few of these titles now. He'll probably fancy his chance. Look, Oliver King's made a semi-final here previously. Dylan Sinclair, qualifier, unknown quantity. So he could be a rather interesting spectator when we get underway on Monday morning at 9:30. So that is what we've got to look forward to as far as Week 8 is concerned. As we head into the second half of the series now at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And in terms of what we have seen so far this series, Michael Huntley, Neil Duff, Henry Coates, Archie Self, Ashley Coleman and David Evans have all qualified their way through to Champions Week. We're going to find out who name number 7 is going to be come Saturday night. And on the stage now, 2 players who will very much see themselves as contenders to be on the top step. For many, Harry Ward is one of the favourites. If it wasn't a week involving Derek Coulson, you probably would say the favourite to pick up the weekly title. As for Oliver Mitchell, we've seen him win his opening match on just under 94. Then lost 4-3 to Colin McCaughrean in his second.
Harry to
but
throw first.
Harry Ward has just done what he's had to do. 2 decent performances, but I think it's also fair to say that if he gets pushed, we'll see another gear.
He's looked comfortable, hasn't he? That's been the real key for the performances of Harry Ward, where you know there's more in the locker. I absolutely agree. I think if a player comes up there and starts to produce and starts to hit hard, then I think Harry Ward will start to produce the darts of which we've seen him beat the likes of Kevin Dukes and reach a recent Pro Tour semi-final.
$134.
What do you say his overall best attribute is? Because I look at Harry Ward as a player and think, do you know what? He's one of them that's got he's got the all-round package, hasn't he? Scoring's decent, doubling's decent.
137.
He's the type of player that just knits everything together rather nicely.
Yeah, that's a fair way of putting it, isn't it? For Harry Ward, I think his best attribute is the fact that darts isn't his
86.
life. A lot of people are big fans of darts. A lot of people live and breathe it. A lot of people, it becomes and consumes them. It's their dream. To Harry Ward, it's something he's passionate about, something he enjoys, but
60.
it also doesn't consume his life. There's other things that go on in the world of Harry Ward where he's quite comfortable. He doesn't want to lose, but it doesn't matter.
81.
Like there'll be another game.
Oliver, you require 164.
What a dream sort of characteristic to have.
Another bullseye for the 164. What a start!
James Shaw on the first leg.
What a start from Oliver Mitchell. The 164 goes, and that hits Harry Ward exactly where it hurts.
Second leg, Oliver to throw first. Game on.
And you have to say, truth be told, that's come from nowhere.
Well, he left the stage disappointed moments ago when he lost 4-3. He averaged 80, missed 15 darts at a double in that game, and multiple match darts where he could have still stole the victory. Then finds
46.
the big finish, breaks the throw, and asks the question, is Harry Ward going to do what we've been suggesting he will, and that's raise his game when someone lays it down to him?
79.
Well, I think there was an expectation,
57.
wasn't there, at the beginning of the day that based on form, based on what's happened so far this season, this could well be the game of the session. And the early indications are it is living up to type.
140.
And does this go down to something we was talking about earlier as well, about the mentality of being a favourite compared to being the outsider? Because Mitchell's come here on debut
45.
and was the favourite in a lot of these clashes. In this one, he knows he's playing a very experienced player, a player who's got some good titles to his name. A Challenge Tour, a Pro Tour title. Player who's played on the biggest stages. And maybe he doesn't feel as much pressure in this game. Maybe he doesn't feel like the favourite. Maybe he can go out there and attack. It's easier to be the hunter rather than be the hunted.
For back-to-back tub plus checkouts, the double top goes.
Oliver Mitchell.
12 darter to break, 15 darter to hold. And that is a perfect recipe for a 2-0 lead.
$43. $58.
I mean, you would have spent time on tour with Harry. You both had tour cards at similar times. Possibly one of the most impossibly nice people you could ever wish to meet in this sport.
Oh, we actually had one of my greatest ever games, shall we say, with that. And it was during the COVID days where players used to mark. Steve West was marking the game. It went 6-5, and Steve West goes, well, I don't mark in those games when they're like that. It was incredible.
Must have been a good game if Steve West was marking and had a smile on his face.
$99.
Didn't you and Yellow Klassen have a game in the old studio? Was it 7 legs in like 10 minutes or something?
Oh, it was less than that.
55. Oliver, you require 164.
So 164 here. He's already taken out once in this game. Doesn't have to do so for a second time. Not going to do so for a second time.
96. $100.
Well, this is for full control.
68.
For a double breaker throw.
$60.
Looked like an inviting marker, that one, didn't it? It just had to play into the barrel, ended up missing. Missing the target at the same time.
Triple 18 for double 16. And this, Harry Ward's first double. And that is the third consecutive tub plus checkout at the beginning of this match. We hadn't seen one all day up until the beginning of this contest. And like London buses, it's one after another after another.
Full flag Oliver to
and isn't that
Game on.
the beauty of head-to-head sports? One-on-one action like we've got here with a sport like darts. How it can change
93.
so quickly, because Mitchell here could be throwing for the match. 3-0 up if he would have hit one of those 2 darts at a double. Instead, we're back to game on.
180.
The ascendancy is swinging. I hate saying the M word,
100.
but the momentum is beginning to shift in the favour of Harry Ward.
And is he starting to show that quality that we expected, that when someone asks him a question, he starts to produce the goods? Great response, great reaction. Showing just why he has that CV with those big titles on.
$140 here. Leaves
140.
himself on a single to double when he comes back.
$58. Harry requires 60.
2-0 down. Found the 106 to win the previous leg. Could find an 11 darter here to square up.
Game show on the
Class, quality,
Harry
you
Ward.
name your superlative. Harry Ward has it. 2-2.
Yeah, I was going to describe it in one word,
Fifth
but I
leg,
think I
Harry
need two.
for row first.
I was going to describe it as class. But that's not just class. That's world class from Harry Ward.
81.
I mean, Oliver Mitchell, producing the performance of the day, not just from him, but from anybody, he is averaging 101.45, and he's against the darts now. He's no longer favourite to win the match.
Well, 2 players that applied their trade on the Pro Tour this year, so why are we not surprised when we see a Pro Tour quality game when they meet one another? And Chris Mason says it, doesn't he, when he sat in the comms box. Better players
100.
play better against better players.
It's a different type of focus.
Well, you've got to be out of the B of the bang,
80.
haven't you? You haven't got that leg to settle in. Don't get a moment's peace in these types of contests. Have a look at that again. Harry Ward, after 3 visits to the board, leaving himself on a finish. Oliver Mitchell doing exactly the same. Ward's not going to find the 160, but Mitchell, for what would be a hat-trick of Tub Plus checkouts,
88.
having taken out the 164, you wouldn't back him against the 161. Well, you all now. And so Ward's here to turn a 2-0 deficit into a 3-2 lead.
123. Harry requires 72.
Going to have two in hand, a double 12. To overturn a 2-leg deficit. And put himself 3-2 in front. This is a world-class passage here from Harry Ward. 18, 11, 15. And that's off the back of Mitchell piling in a couple of legs in 27 darts himself. He's still averaging over 104.5 here, is Mitchell. But he's now throwing to stay in the contest.
119.
But that's some way to start.
$180.
Quality of this game, you're getting punished for hitting 2 treble turns.
58.
Harry Ward just showing why he's been held in such high regard.
100.
And maybe once again, just backing up that claim I made earlier that maybe one of the biggest wastes of talents so far in the world of darts, because he's got so
57.
much talent and ability that could go on to do so much and just didn't want it. But we see that is starting to turn, that is starting to change. Fantastic feature coming your way
100.
within the next few weeks, and I highly advise people to listen to that, because we could be watching the real start of things now for Harry Ward.
140.
2-0 down. He's looking to rattle off 4 legs on the spin. Again on a finish after 9. And just the 1 treble required for a poke at the ball. Needs it with dart 2. Unable to get with dart 2. And so for Mitchell, 127 to save this game and to take us to yet another last leg decider. It'd be the 3rd in succession. Unable to find. So Harry Ward to bring the game to a close. Looking at 64 to wrap it up by 4 legs to 2 to get his 3rd win on the board and to put himself clear at the top of the table.
48.
Unable to get.
Oliver required 28.
Double 7 inside. He's had his chance.
No score.
And you wouldn't
16.
expect him to come back.
Game shot.
And Harry Ward does bring the game to a close. 4 legs on the spin from 2-0 behind. It was a high quality contest. Oliver Mitchell averaged just a shade underneath a ton. Came out the tracks of a 12 followed by 15, but it was not good enough. Harry Ward wins by 4 legs to 2. So it's game 9 of the session, and it is a meeting between Steve Johnston and Colin McCaughrean. Before the break, we saw Harry Ward get the better of Oliver Mitchell by 4 legs to 2, average just underneath 91, 3-1-18s, 4 from 8 in terms of his doubling and a 106 finish. Oliver Mitchell averaged 99.14 in that game, had a solitary 180, 2 from 6 in terms of his finishing, and had 2 ton plus checkouts to win his 2 legs, a 164 followed by a 117. So Stephen Johnston looking to join Harry Ward on a perfect complement of 6 points at the top of the Group C standings. And for Stephen, it's a case of doing what he's had to do. There was an increase of performance from match 1 to match 2 when he was pushed a bit more by Ricardo Ham. But as for Colin McCaughrean, got that win against Oliver Mitchell, had a decent performance against Harry Ward. He wins this game, then the pair will be level on points. Even at this early stage of the group, Matt, this feels like a slightly important fixture.
Yeah, this is where the table starts to form and shape, isn't it? And players start to know, am I chasing? Am I ahead? How is this going to be going for me? And this is a very important fixture. I absolutely agree. We can sometimes get a little bit guilty of sort of looking for those points a little bit early, but it's where the players see it as being the important section and where we see it being. For me, this is where I start to see the table form. For the players, it's sort of maybe a game earlier. Certainly for players that have been here for the whole week, like Colin has, because when you've been here for the whole week, we've mentioned already, you don't just play this game, you play the week, you play the pattern. You can't just forget what happened in Group A with the best interest in mind.
Scotland against Northern Ireland. An age-old darting rivalry. Two nations that have had tangible success across the darting landscape over the course of the last few years. Northern Ireland, of course, the defending PDC World Cup of Darts champions. Neil Duff, a man who's won at the Lakeside in recent years and won here a lot. Well, as for Scotland, always a granite nation when it comes to this sport.
First leg, Steve, to throw first.
Nation which has created two-time world champions in recent times in Gary Anderson
41.
and Peter Snakebite Wright.
$81.
Of course, Northern Ireland very much coming to the fore with Josh Rock and what he's doing right now.
Well, they'll be defending the World Cup of Darts starting tonight, won't they, Northern Ireland? Josh Rock and Daryl Gurney looking to go back-to-back.
96.
Some interesting partnerships and team dynamics are going to be underway. Well, we see it here, don't we, when we have our international pairs weeks, how certain partnerships sort of gel well together. I mean, you look at the likes of Jimmy Van Ski and Danny Van Tripe, how well they work together as a partnership. And then you've got your total opposites, your Richie Burnett and your Kurt Barrys.
123.
I think when you're partnering Richie Burnett, I think you've just got to accept that chaos and madness will just be somewhere lurking around the corner.
66. Steve, you require 103. 47. 45. Steve, you require 56.
So 56 for Stevie J to get himself up and running.
16.
Oof, clips the wire, but he has got time on his side.
$44. Steve, you require 40.
So double top for Johnston to get himself up and running. No mistake on that target whatsoever. Stevie J 1-0 to the good.
Second leg, Colin to throw first. Game on.
You did say this game could have a bit of fire about it, but
81.
a bit of a flat start to this particular game.
Wait till a moment happens. Imagine a
60.
130, a 140, a big 180 at the right time. I think if one of these players start to show that fiery passion,
140.
which we know that they can play the game with at times, I think the other one's going to go with it.
66.
Can't imagine the other one stood at the back of the stage just going, yeah, I'll let you give it large. That's fine. It's a game I was sort of looking forward to the second I saw the fixture list.
100. $100.
Now, the triple 12 might not be the worst play here because there is such a tendency to catch one of the first two. Sensible play, really sensible play that from Colin McCaughrean. It just takes the bust out of the equation.
85.
Especially when your opponent's a little bit back and you feel you've got time.
Well, we see Bradley Brooks do it all the time. Mentioned him earlier on, but the way his darts stand up to attention, he knows that a catch is very probable, which is why he will just go over that side of the board. Yes, he knows he has to spurn one, but he'd rather spurn one than bust the score and not have a finish altogether.
We've seen it at the very, very top end of the game, haven't we? Dirk van Dijvenbode, the World Championship against Raymond van Barneveld
140.
on the Alexander Palace stage, busting the 180. The most recent case I can think of would be Damon Heta.
58.
In Gibraltar. I believe he actually went on to win that tournament, didn't he, in Gibraltar?
The last ever Gibraltar Darts Trophy.
100.
Although Gibraltar have been given a last-minute invite to the World Cup of Darts.
They have, and also a date coming up very soon on the
59.
WDF calendar.
Yes,
over
you
in
going?
Gibraltar. I'm not, no.
You would have really enjoyed that. It's a beautiful part of the world is Gib.
100.
Could have stayed in the Floating Boat Hotel. That's an experience, trust me.
77. Steve, you require 161.
161 for Johnston. He's got plenty of time and he's going to need to utilise it.
65.
Picks off the 25 to leave himself on a 2-darter when he comes back.
$80. Steve, you require 96.
Double 18.
78.
Just on the inside. Look for a second. First inspection, that was heading in.
Yeah, it certainly did, and that's just the darts of which he uses, isn't it? These very custom, very different
78.
darts, which are
Steve,
dubbed
you require
the
18.
chunky stumpies.
It's double 4.
10.
It's not there. If this
Colin,
goes,
you require 149.
expect a reaction. But it's not going to. Johnston is reprieved.
59. Steve, you require 8.
So 2 4s. Makes it
James on the
2-1.
third leg.
Stephen
Steve
Johnston moves halfway towards victory.
Fourth leg, Colin to throw first. Come on. $80. $140. $45. $100.
At the start of the day, Stephen Johnson said he hadn't been playing a lot of darts, and with that, he expects that he will play better as the day goes.
45.
That, so far, seems to be quite a good statement. Seems to be quite correct.
45.
First couple of games, won them both with improved performance from game 1 to game 2. And although statistically this one not as high,
97.
Feels like he's a little bit more in control.
He's kind of doing what he has to do. He knows, as you say,
60.
he's the front runner in this game. He's kind of cruising, isn't he, in 5th gear? But if McCockridge just begins to pile in something, you get the sense he might be able just to manoeuvre. And he might be forced to manoeuvre here because that 2-treble turn means it's 156. It's must get.
81.
119 is one of the most
require
hated
119.
finishers of any player. Because even hitting that treble 19 sort of forces you to go 12 and bull. Like, there's no massive advantage from being successful.
You almost penalise a hit in the first dart.
43. Steve, you require 75.
For 3-1. 18 for tops. Tops it is. Tops
Game
got.
shot on the 4th leg.
Johnson breaks,
Steve
leads
Johnson.
3-1, finds himself a leg away from victory. Not vintage, but enough.
Very different version
leg,
of Stephen
Steve
Johnson,
to
this, isn't it?
first. Game on.
We're used to Stephen Johnson on those sort of checkouts, giving us a bit of a reaction. Very measured approach, very different approach from Stephen Johnson.
140.
Still playing with that same level of passion, but much more controlled aggression.
Now I just
24.
wonder whether he's a player that, and look, there's enough sample size, enough previous campaigns for him to look back and kind of look at the good bits and look at the bits that he can
80.
improve upon. I just wonder whether he'd look back in retrospect at some of the other things that he's done previously and thought, this works, but maybe in terms of getting some
57.
gusto, it's just a bit of an energy sapper. And sometimes, actually, you're giving the opponent something that you don't need to give, and maybe just reining it in a little
100.
bit gives him a bit more energy, but also, by doing it, you're not rattling the cages of others.
It's the emotion, isn't it? When you
43.
play anything with emotion, it becomes harder, it becomes more tiring. Becomes more of a battle.
100.
Becomes less enjoyable. Because although the highs are good, the lows are lower. Although he may be about to feel one of those highs very, very soon here. 'Cause he's got time to
Steve, you
keep
require
this perfect
81.
start of the day going.
It's double 18 to win the match 4-1.
63.
But the double 18 moves inside. Might have a decision to make when he comes back, depending on whether McCockridge leaves a finish or not.
93. Steve, you
Decision
require
surely
18.
has to be go straight for. 2 4s for 4-1 win and win number 3.
Game shot.
Win
and the
number
match,
3 it
Steve
is. It's a
Johnston.
4-1 success for Stephen Johnston. Him and Harry Ward both tied at the top of the table. They play each other in the final match of their session. So a 4-1 win for Stephen Johnston against Conor McCockridge. 3 rounds worth of fixtures down. This is how the table looks in this Group C with Harry Ward and Stephen Johnson both winning all of their matches so far. So into game 10, and we're going to see Harry Ward in action against Ricardo Ham. And for Harry, he's looking to make it win number 4 from 4. We said at the beginning of the day, and we're going to say it again because we want to hammer home the point. He's 11-4 odds to win this group. It felt rather outlandish before a dart was thrown. It's being made to look value for money. As he takes on Ricardo Ham, who did pick up his first win last time out, getting the better of Keanu Van Velzen by
First leg, Ricardo
4 legs to 3.
First.
In
Game
terms
on.
of Harry Ward's day, kicked off with a 4-2 win over Conor McCochran, averaging 92.5, 4 from 13 on the doubles, couple of 180s.
180.
Against Keanu Van Velzen, 1-4-0, 87.13, average 4 from 7 on the outer ring, and then averaging just a shade under 91.
85.
3 180s, 4 from 8 on the outer ring, and a 106 finish, coming back from 2-0 behind to beat Oliver Mitchell by 4 legs to 2.
45.
Pretty much as we kind of expected from Harry Ward so far, Matt.
Yeah. Yeah, this is nothing surprising. This is nothing unexpected. This is
134.
Harry Ward doing what he does. If anything, I think there's a little bit more in the locker still. I think he could get a little bit better.
100.
And if you're Derek Coulson, who now needs to fill a couple of days because he's not back in action until Saturday, and you're having a little watch of things here, you'll be looking at Harry Ward and going, this man could be a bit of a
81.
danger here to me this week.
But I get the sense that Derek probably would have known that before a dart was thrown. But I suppose sometimes there's nothing that
136.
reinforces a point more than watching something with a naked eye.
Yeah. He'd be very well aware of the quality of Harry Ward. We all are very well aware of the quality of Harry Ward. But
105.
you also
Ricardo, you require 40.
take note of short-term form as
Game
well.
shot on the first leg. Ricardo
And
Ham.
short-term form here for Ricardo Ham, very, very good. Knows what he's got to do here to beat Harry Ward.
Second leg, Harry
And
to
starts
throw
off
first. Game
with
on.
a 13 dart hold of throw. That being said,
134.
Oliver Mitchell thought he could serve it up to Harry Ward and see if he can make the big man wobble. Finishes of 164, 117. Harry Ward goes, I'll just win the next 4 legs then.
140.
What we have seen from Ricardo Ham so far this week is glimpses of some good stuff, but
60.
but at the same time, he hasn't been able to then follow it up with something on over a sustained course, a sustained period.
94. Hay 100. $96.
Well, there's that really annoying finish being left again there by Harry Ward. The 119.
81. Harry, you require 119.
Ham could have come away there looking at the 25 and the bullseye to leave things a little bit more handy, but this is what I mean here. You get the treble, puts you on the 12 for the bull.
86.
There's almost no bonus of being
Ricardo, you require
successful, is there, with that
120.
first dart?
Shanghai for Ham.
80.
Top's just tight.
Harry, you require 33.
Ward here is going to have to sperm one when he comes back. So only 2 at double 16.
1.
And he did need more. This for 2
Ricardo, you
zip.
require 40. Game shot on the second leg.
2-0 it is.
Ricardo
Ricardo Ham is in cruise control of this game. However, we thought that was the case when Oliver Mitchell led
Third
Harry
leg,
Ward by
Ricardo
that
to
particular
throw
scoreline
first.
before Big
Game on.
H rattled off 4 on the spin.
Well, the mistake that Mitchell made was the missed
41.
opportunity on the double 4. 2 darts in hand for a double break throw and 3-0 lead. Then it all turned. Then it all changed. Got to keep the big man
59.
down when you've got him down.
$59. $38. $140.
That being said, time's starting to run out
58.
now a little bit for Harry Ward. Boxed himself into a bit of a corner here, where he's left himself on a shot here, which is going to
100.
require 9 darts. 180 doesn't help him in this situation, so Ricardo Ham knows he's got a little bit of time here.
135. Ricardo, you require 161.
What he could do is tap on the shoulder. He has done to a certain extent.
60.
This just puts Ricardo Ham back into play. Wins this match, he's on to 4 points, back to within a couple of Harry Ward, and Ward does take on Stephen Johnson towards the end of the session, whereas Ricardo Ham takes on Conor McCocker, so things could very quickly change
85.
for the Dutchman
Ricardo,
here
you
as he
require
looks
101.
for a 3-0 lead. 101. Double 18, double 16, of 86 left. Double 16. Would have
69.
been some recovery after dart 1. Ward needs just the one
Harry, you
big
require
treble here to
126.
give himself a poke at the bullseye. 419s. We'll give him a look at the little red bit. 419s he gets. And he gets a look at the Benjamin Button as a result. But he's unable to
101.
find the bullseye.
It's kind
Ricardo, you
of
require 32.
a complete replica of the previous game that Harry Ward played. Survived darts like this to go 3-0 down,
16.
survives them again.
Harry, you require
Something
25.
about when the players are playing Harry Ward, they can't put him away, and he's very good at dishing out the punishment.
Game
Dish
shot
out
on
the
third
punishment,
leg.
Harry Ward does.
Harry Ward.
Ricardo Ham should be free clear. But he
Fourth
fluffs his
leg, Harry
lines,
to
and
throw
now
first.
all of a sudden this
Come on.
game is back on throw. Well, Ricardo, pie in the sky.
100.
It's a shame that he never played Adam Leake at those global championships because
29.
I don't even have to finish it off, do I? We could have had a meeting of Ham and Leake.
$57.
Shall I go?
$81.
You tell we've been locked in this comms box for nearly 5 hours now, can't you?
$54.
Not the same levels here from Harry Ward that we've seen throughout the day. Looking a little bit vulnerable here against Ricardo Ham.
60.
But this is it, isn't it? Harry Ward can drop his performance and still pick up the results. It's for others to capitalise on it, and so far Ricardo Ham hasn't been able to get full control yet.
134.
The danger is, all it really takes is a good 9 darts, a good 12
140.
darts.
Harry, you require 156.
2 minutes of good darts, and this all flips on its head.
Couple of seconds of good darts could chase this game on its head. Double 18 for the 156.
138.
Just on the inside. Didn't have to go. We'll come back for double 9, but under how much pressure?
100. Harry, you
A
require
smidgen.
18. No
well,
score.
didn't see that in the plan. Didn't expect to see that happen.
Ricardo, you
And
require
so
91.
this will feel a little bit like a free hit here for Ricardo. And hit he
James on the
does,
fourth
punishes Harry
Ricardo
Ward to the hilt. Gets the break again, leads 3-1, and has the darts to win this
Fifth leg,
contest.
Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
All things fair and considered, you'd now say 3-1 feels like a fair scoreline. Harry Ward sort of stealing the leg before, Ham sort of stealing that one.
100.
Ham in control. Harry Ward staring down the barrel of his first defeat here in this Group C campaign.
Surely you had to say Ham on a roll.
As
Harry Ward piles in a max.
180.
I'll leave you for the terrible jokes today, Henry.
140.
Well, Harry Ward's here. Continuing in his quest for perfection.
140. 55. 43. 140.
Well, that's been a stock for Ricardo Ham. You could
138.
say it's almost been like a bread and butter score for him.
Just mustard, wasn't it?
91.
Well, he's carved apart Harry Ward in this
Ricardo requires
contest.
66.
Is it about to come to the boil?
48.
Knows the answer, not just yet.
Harry, you require 47.
Mismatched darts there for Ricardo Ham. Harry Ward had choices. Chooses a double 16, takes a moment, composes himself with a switch across the board.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Nice
Harry
pick
Ward.
off. Bit of quality, that's one of the breaks. He's going to need to break the throw again. First of all, he's got to earn the opportunity.
Yeah, it's the difficulty of being 3-1 down against the throw. You've got to find a break on a couple of occasions.
Harry to throw first. Game on.
This is the leg on throw. But I suppose the mentality, if you think about it the other way, is Ricardo Ham's had his free hit on
93.
throw to win this match. Harry Ward wins this leg. Yes, I know Ricardo's thrown again, but he's thrown for the match under considerable pressure, knowing that he's blown a 3-1 lead. And in terms of the
140.
context of winning this group or getting through this group of the top two, he probably has to win this game.
Mm. 140. 140.
Ward really is putting up the touch to his opponent. Should look at the 18s here. It does.
98.
And by doing so, leaves himself on the big fish.
I think that's one of the things that really has separated Harry Ward from some of the players in this group. Just his understanding
85.
and his board
Harry
management.
require 170.
So much better. Gives himself better opportunities. Gives himself more opportunities.
Well, he's believing himself quite a lot today on finishes after 9.
30.
By doing it, you create chances. However, that
Ricardo, you
slip
require 136.
for Harry. And Ricardo may feel like now he's got 6 on this 136 to get it wrapped up.
76.
And that last dart really does save the visit.
Harry, you require
Gives
140.
himself a really good opportunity as well, where you get a couple of darts or expect a couple of darts at a double. If and it doesn't go here for Harry Ward. He's had a couple of match darts already as
94.
Ricardo Ham.
Ricardo, you require 60.
Here's another opportunity to beat the big man.
Game shot. And a
And
match.
beat him he does
Ricardo
by
Ham.
pinning double top. And that a first defeat of the group for Harry Ward. It keeps Ricardo Ham in play. Moves him on to 4 points. Puts himself in a decent position going into the final matches of Thursday afternoon. Conor McCockran, Keanu Van Velzen's next. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Ricardo Ham inflicted the first defeat upon Harry Ward on this Thursday afternoon. A 4-2 win for Ricardo in that contest. Next up for us, Colin McCaughrean and Keanu Van Velzen go head-to-head. Now, these two have met 3 times this week. 2-1 in the favour of Colin McCaughrean. Keanu Van Velzen's only win this week coming against the Northern Irishman. 2 players who are looking for a little bit of a confidence boost.
Yeah, they've been spending most of the time down the bottom end of tables and find themselves in position 5 and 6 coming into this game.
First. Game on.
Colin can still play himself into contention. A win here will move him on to 4 points. If Van Velzen is to lose this one, you feel like
26.
it's job done. That'll be 4 games played, no points on the board, give him a maximum of 12. Just feels like
60.
it'd be too much of a task. Now we've seen turnarounds like that before, haven't we? But even at this early stage, I'm thinking this is must win for Van Velzen.
40.
Yeah, I think the loser of this is gone from the race, particularly, as you say, if it is Keanu Van Velzen. Tall order for whoever
58.
does win this game in any instance anyway, with Stephen Johnson and Harry Ward both on 6 points. Ricardo Ham is just beginning to make pace.
42.
Certainly a closer run group than what you would have imagined in regards to looking at it on paper.
60.
Which does that mean the assessment of this evening session starting at 10 o'clock, Group B action, isn't going to be as tight as we thought? Is it going to be the opposite way round?
96.
I get the sense that if there's a group, and we've spoken about this a lot, where we've not seen that Group B where every player finishes on 8 points. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's a contender high up on the list of groups that could see every player finish on the same number of points after 10 games. 8 games, sorry.
Fair. Absolutely
58.
fair. It's a tough one to split.
$57.
$200 left.
59.
So Van Velzen here, 6 from 208 to get himself up and running in this contest.
92.
A triple 18. Cochrane would pray for 140 in this scenario. It's not going to get.
59. Keanu, you require 116.
Well, there should be some way to start.
96.
For the 116 off the
Colin, you
cards.
require 121.
Bullseye.
96.
Just underneath. So Van Velzen will return 3
Keanu,
darts
you
in
require
hand
20.
at 2 10s to get the break.
Game shot on the first
And
leg.
to get himself
Keanu Van
up and
Velzen.
running in this game.
Second leg, Keanu to throw first. Game on. $60.
Just looking back at the
100.
day so far for Van Velzen, it's felt like he's been close with no
98.
reward. Just missing a couple of key moments, a couple of opportunities that he's carved out for himself. And if he was to be in the back
135.
room thinking, where's the wins going to come from? Looking through the fixture list, I mean, there's not many
60.
games left to go today. There's this one and the close of play when he'll take on Oliver Mitchell. He must be looking at this game and thinking, this is the opportunity. This is the
59.
chance. Someone he knows he's already beat this week. Someone he's been in the back room with for the last 3 days. Someone who
60.
knows has got that varied range of performance.
$59. 59.
So McCochran
Colin,
here
you
looking at
require
1 for 8 to
148.
get the break back. Level up at 1 apiece. Not to be this time. So Van Velzen here, 164 is going to have to go
Johnny require
because
164.
McCochran's left himself on 2 4s. And he is going to get the opportunity to get us
60.
back
Colin, you
on
require
level
8.
terms in this game. Perfect, all right. Now down for 2s.
4.
Clips the wire. So this
Johnny, you
for
require
Keanu Van
104.
Velzen to double his advantage. He's going to get a dart double top,
84.
but that dart drops low.
Colin, you require 4. Game shot on the
Colin-
second leg. Colin McCochran.
McCochran makes no mistake on double 2 to square up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Colin to throw first. Game on. Faulty. $81.
Goes back to what we was talking about earlier, the vibe that I was getting from people when I was asking a few questions about Colin, what to expect.
27.
Expect him to give it a little was the reaction I was told, and I suppose to do that you've got to be hitting things, haven't you, to
36.
see it, and maybe just trying to fire himself up, trying to find a little bit more.
57. $135. $93. $137.
Well, picks off 2 trebles. It looks like we might be in a position here where the first 3 legs of this contest all go against throw.
100. Can you require 112?
So 112. Off the cards has got 6
54.
though.
$96. Can you require 58?
So 58 to go 2-1 up. Double top. Double 10.
38.
Hits the wire, but the wrong side.
Colin, you require 88.
Double 14.
Game shot on the third leg. Colin McCochran.
Was that a Tony the Tiger impression there?
Fourth leg, Keanu to throw first. Game on.
Well, I'll tell you what, Matt. Let's have another look.
100.
Let's have another look. Answers on a postcard?
134.
That's like the type of moves that I do at the pop world on a Saturday.
81.
I suppose moves aside, it was celebrating a really good moment. Nice clean checkout, something you needed.
95.
It's always one of the interesting ones anyway. You got to pick your darts out when they've sort of bounced out or you lose a flight, because Van Velzen there showing a bit of experience, sort of looking
45.
away and using feel. There's been times where we've seen players sort of lean over to look for it and get blinded by the lights.
Well, they're both looking to make the
56.
weekend.
55. Can you require 110?
110 for Van Velzen to level this game up. Double top Double
shot on the
top.
fourth leg.
That's more like it.
Keanu
Oh,
Van
and he's
Velzen.
hitting back. Okay. The stage has very quickly turned frosty. And I'm
Fifth
not
leg,
sure
Colin to
Conor
Farouk
McCockrum
first.
took too kindly to that.
Game on.
Well, all of a sudden, we have got a little bit of frostbite on the live lounge
41.
stage.
Now that's more like your moves, Henry. I've seen them. That's more like it. But I
137.
expected we'd get a little bit of needle, a little bit of fire in some games today.
And now he's done the Van Velzen shoe tap.
I didn't think it'd be this game. This game was not on the bingo card for where we get a bit of fire. Here we go. Get that man a towel.
57.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the handshake at the end.
59.
There's a long way to go before then, Henry. Things are getting a little bit spicy.
If this goes in, expect a celebration. However, by
125.
drifting wide into the 5, he has not left himself on a finish. McCockrum with 2 trebles will.
140.
I wonder if he hits 2 treble 20s, whether he hits the 180 to leave double 1. I get the sense it might be the type of game where that sort of showboating might happen.
90. Colin, you require 138.
Oh.
81.
I'll cost him a dart when he comes back. He's in the big number.
Johnny, you require 92.
If he comes back, should I say. Options. Goes the aggressive route.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Keanu Van Velzen.
Is it just me, or would I love to see this game go to a last leg decider? And now they're both doing it in synchronicity, the shoe tap thing.
Game on.
I'm with you, Henry. I would like to see this go the distance.
100.
But these little distractions can sometimes help. Can help to inject a little bit of venom into your game.
125.
Look, this isn't the highest quality game you're ever going to see here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. However, sometimes when something just happens just to bubble up the waters,
93.
these are the types of games you want to watch because you just don't quite know what's going to happen next. And Rod Harrington used to say it a lot when he used to commentate on Sky.
97.
We all love that bit of needle.
Sport, isn't it?
Not come here to make friends, you've come here to make money.
92. $85.
That was just starting to look like a bit of a slip there. I mean, Van Velzen's still got the advantage. But a big last start there for Colin. Just keeps him interested in case. Well, forget that. There's no mistake here.
125.
Van Velzen's on 91 for the match. McCockrum looking for
60.
a treble to leave himself at a 2-darter. Unable to oblige. So this for
Johnny, you
KVV.
require
91 for the match. And for a 4-2 win, which would be his first of the group. He's going to get 2 at double top.
51.
He doesn't get... Good Lord, what would happen if this
Colin,
went?
you require 134.
We may never know.
46.
So this, to wrap up a 4-2 win, a game which at times has been a little bit frosty.
Keanu, you require 40.
It's been a little bit tempestuous. but it's been lots of fun. But the fun might go on another leg more.
Colin, you require 88.
Well, this was the shot that got the double point celebration earlier on. Have to be a different way. Double 7.
No score.
He's bust it. And that could well be all she wrote in this game.
Johnny, you require 10.
He knows that might have been the opportunity
Game
come
shot.
to pass
Man of
because
match,
Keanu Van
Van
Velzen
Velzen.
wins. Well, there is a handshake at the end. At the end of a rather feisty game. And these the numbers from it. Van Velzen, the 4-2 winner. Coming up next, it's Oliver Mitchell against Stephen Johnston. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And before the break, we saw Keanu Van Velzen get his first win of the day, a 4-2 success over Colin McCaughrean. Game 12 is a meeting between Oliver Mitchell and Stephen Johnston. So, for Johnston, he is 3 wins out of 3. The only player with an unblemished record in this group so far. For Oliver, 1 win so far today, 2 defeats from his 3 matches. Things started so positively. Averaged just over 93.5 and a 4-3 win against Ricardo Ham to kick off the day, but back-to-back defeats leaves him in a position where really this is kind of must win against Stevie J.
$134.
Things looking quite nice in the group table, really, aren't they? It's taking some shape. We're getting a good competitive group emerging. Said Group B will go down to the wire. It looks like it could be the same here with Group C. And
140.
it's got to be said that Oliver Mitchell feels like he's getting better as the day goes on, getting more comfortable now with being on the stage.
55.
It is a bit unusual when you come here on debut. You know, it's unusual for those players that have dropped off tour. You know, we've seen the likes of Steve Beaton, Simon Whitlock, Mervyn King, players who's got vast of experience on the biggest
45.
stages in the world. Say when they come here, it just takes a few games to settle in. So, absolutely, the same for Oliver Mitchell, who's got very limited experience in this type of environment.
180.
Well, 129 left.
64. Steve, you require 129.
Trevor 20 for the bull. Well, it doesn't have to go for the bull.
104.
Oh, no, he does, yes, sorry. My apologies.
Oliver, you require 118.
My brain was a score behind.
Well, the shot wasn't on for very long. Wayward first start means no finish here for Mitchell.
78.
See, I
Steve,
just
you
knew he was
require
never going to take
25.
up the 118. 2 8s. Double 4. In it
And
goes.
Sean, the
Johnson
first
breaks,
leg.
leaves 1-0.
Steve Johnston. Second leg, Steve to throw first. Game on. $41. $135. 100. $97. $100. $95. $45.
Steve Johnson in trouble of doing one of the most frustrating things that you can do as a dart player. Get the breaker throw early in a short format game and then not really find anything in the next leg.
134.
A couple of trebles found in the 12 darts of which he has thrown.
I'm going to quote Rod Harrington again. A break is not a break without a hold.
42.
That hold looks very unlikely right now
Oliver, you
because
require 40.
Mitchell finds himself with 6 darts in hand.
Game Sean,
And
the
only
second
needs
leg.
the one. 13
Oliver
dart
Mitchell.
break back. 1 apiece.
Third leg, Oliver to throw first. Game on.
Well, those the averages. Only a couple of legs in, but an early indication as to the level of performance.
Mitchell did the same in his last game as well, didn't
131.
he, against Harry Ward? Sort of came out 100+ average for the first couple of legs. Now it's a case of can he sustain it? We've seen him sustain
60.
it before. You talk about that British Classic event of which he picked up the title, 105 average en route to that. And that's in quite a tough environment to find that level of performance.
57. $100. $60. $60. $42. $140.
140 for Johnson, leads himself on 141. Opportunity to break the throw for the third consecutive time at the beginning of this contest. And he's going to be forced to take out the 141 because Oliver Mitchell is in a 171 to leave himself on tops. And he's going to get a look at it to put himself 2-1 up.
96.
That switching again, isn't it? We keep highlighting it. Mitchell, when he's going down to those treble 19s, finding a lot of success.
Game shot on the third leg.
I don't think he's going to be one of those sort of players that get tempted to switch. We've seen it before. The one that really flags up to me was Lisa Ashton. Remember when she'd move and just start playing on the treble 19s all the time?
40.
I can't imagine Mitchell doing that, but I can imagine that he may switch a bit sooner if he keeps seeing profit at the bottom end of the board.
Well, it's something we tend to see more in the women's game than we do the men's game. Eileen de Graaf was very famous for spending a lot of time down on the 19s target.
$48.
But the board is there to be utilised. So if a certain target isn't working, then... I mean, Madis Rasmus is a great example of somebody that will sometimes just completely bypass the treble 20 because he knows that he's that good on the 19s. You know what? I can leave myself in as handy a position by going downstairs and I would upstairs.
81. $77. $59. $47. $59.
Chance to make a bit of a move. Inviting dart. I'll give him a bit of a bonus start because he can always switch to the bullseye here to leave a finish, and he does so very, very successfully.
140. Oliver, you require
Stephen
142.
Johnson, one of the things he's been very good at is those sort of reactions.
Well, the 142 isn't there, so Johnson will return for 74 to square this match back up at 2 apiece.
Steve, you require
102 to leave tops for a 3-1 lead if this isn't converted. But converted it is, and converted in 2, and Johnston levels up at 2-2.
Fifth leg, Oliver to throw first. Game on. $100. 28.
Music to the ears of Oliver Mitchell. When you've got the advantage of throw and your opponent kicks off with
99.
just a 28 and you've already got the treble on the board, it almost gives you an extra throw on top of the advantage of throwing first.
140. $51. 95.
Pivotal points in this contest. Johnson threatening the break of throw. Mitchell needs to find something here. If he comes up dry, then that break chance of Johnston is very much on.
57.
Indeed, it is now. 6 on 2-3-8 to get the break and to put himself 3-2 to the good.
100.
Finds the triple, leaves himself on a finish. How handy can Oliver leave it from this particular position?
$134. Stevie
Handy
require
enough.
138.
And so this, to put himself 3-2 to the good, he's not going to get. So Mitchell will return. He's going to have a look at 60 to
81.
put himself to
Oliver
within a leg
requires
of a
60.
win, which will put him to within a couple of points of Stevie J. Double top it is. Open target. Not found.
40. Stevie require 57.
Well, for a crucial breaker throw here, Johnson.
Game
Two
shot on the
darts
fifth.
only needs the one. The
Steve
finishing here, getting him towards the finishing line. Big breaker throw at a good time. Command the
Six leg
stage.
Steve to
Own
throw
the
first.
stage.
Game on.
Own the OCHE. Straight back to it. Leave your opponent pondering, thinking, moving around the back.
54.
Now owning the game, however. Coming up dry, just open up the door for his opponent.
140.
Who piles in a 140. And all of a sudden, the break that Stephen Johnson's got is under severe pressure. For that, a decent enough response, but still, Mitchell piles in a treble or two. He's still in charge of this 6th leg of the contest, but can't afford to come up dry.
No, the advantage
58.
of throwing first is you can make one slip and still be able to be in command of the leg.
60.
Well, the evidence of what we're seeing there, Mitchell landing some sizable blows,
95.
more sizable blows. And you'd imagine with him throwing first, he'd be 3-2 up, not 3-2 down. Which comes to those combination finishes, those moments that Stephen Johnson has
36.
found. But he's got to get there first, and he's just given away the advantage of throw in that exchange.
Well, it's been a bit all or nothing so far for Oliver Mitchell, not just in this game, but at points a day. The good stuff, there's no denying, has been really good, but
97.
I suppose it's the quintessential tale that we tell about players here. It's a B game which at times has just been found wanting. It's not been there when things haven't quite gone to plan. He's not had a
59.
level which has been
Oliver
able
require
to
111.
bail him out of bother. But he will feel like he's got 6 on the 111 to take us all the way. May only need the 3. Does only need the
James
3.
on the
That's his
6th
third
leg.
time plus check
Oliver
out of the
Mitchell.
day, and we're going the distance.
7th and final leg, Oliver to throw first. Game on.
Feel very positive going into this leg, she should. But a mixed bag when it comes to last leg deciders.
134.
It's won one, lost one already today. Everything seems to be going the distance. Everything seems to feel like work right now.
180.
And Johnson is asking a very serious question. We're seeing a lot of really good last leg shootouts today, aren't we?
Yes, and we've had a fair few to pick from.
85.
But this could be the best of the lot. This could well be the best of the lot. It won't be.
137.
So have a look at that for an assault on the Mitchell throw. 6 darts thrown on 184.
134.
All he can do is hit and hope here, Oliver. That's all he can do from this point onwards. He's on a finish. How handy can Stephen Johnson leave it?
55.
He's blinked.
Oliver, you require 148. $60. Steve, you require 129.
So 129 here for Stevie J. Treble 20 leaves the bullseye.
104.
Bullseye not found. And that might be the target in which Oliver Mitchell gets a match dart at. There should be the minimum guarantee from the 88. He's going to get the bonus to a double 14. Finds it with the first.
Oliver Mitchell.
And seals a 4-3 win over Stephen Johnson. And all of a sudden, this group is getting tighter by the minute. Because now, Johnson and Ward are both on 6. Ham and Mitchell are both on 4. And we're going to see Johnson and Ward go head-to-head in game 14. But before that, Colin McCaughrean against Ricardo Ham. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. This is state of play as far as Group C is concerned, with Stephen Johnson and Harry Ward both at the top on 6 points. We enter the final rounds worth of play, and we kick off with a meeting between Colin McCaughrean and Ricardo Ham, the 4th meeting between this pair this week. For Ricardo, having lost his first couple of games, he's found himself in a position now where if he wins this, he moves on to 6 points, level with Stephen Johnston and Harry Ward, who, remember, face one another in the next match. So only one of them is guaranteed to be on 8 points, and if he wins this game, he'd be guaranteed to be level with one of them going into Friday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. I mean, you've got to give Ricardo credit, because after the first couple of games, I think we were beginning to get a little bit concerned about him.
First
but
leg, Colin,
the way that he's been able to up the levels, find a couple of wins, got to give him full credit for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And he can really play himself into contention here with the win. No one's out of this yet. That's the exciting thing. There was dangers. There was games where we looked at him and said, this could go either way. And if this player loses, they're going to be in trouble, probably eliminated. And all the results, when we've sort of flagged up the concerns of the league table, have gone the direction of the player that needs the win. We're going to have it all to play for tomorrow, but still, there's 2 points apiece still to be played for here. Crucial games to close the end of the day. Certainly for Colin. Only on 2 points at the moment.
96.
You can still qualify going into the final day on 2 points, but it is very unlikely.
Well, effectively, you've got to complete the card and then hope that people crumble above you in the league standings. Doesn't look like it's going to be one of those groups.
Well, we've seen it the opposite way round as well, haven't we? Where someone goes into the final day's worth of play after winning all the games and not qualify.
60.
So 47.
Colin, you require 47.
Double top.
27.
Just underneath.
$120. Colin, you require 20.
2 tens.
Same shot on the first leg.
Finds it.
Colin McCaughrean.
And takes the opening leg.
Second leg, Ricardo to throw first. Game on. $100. $140. $125. $45.
I think this is sort of summarising the day for Colin, though, isn't it? Just a
140.
little bit inconsistent. There's been moments of brilliance, but not quite back them up. And when you're playing at something like the Super Series, it's the consistency
56.
that you need. That's
Ricardo,
the key
you require
attribute.
136. $60.
There's been flashes, but it's been nothing more than purple patches, if the truth be told.
140
needs himself on the Shanghai. Ricardo looking at 136 to level up at 1 apiece. Another one of them. Oh, sorry, 76 left. Double 8.
68. Colin, you require 120. $40. Ricardo, you require 8.
Double 4. Madhouse.
No score.
Well, this would be
Colin,
a
you
steal.
require 80.
Ooh, double 10. He's just found it in the previous leg. Finds it again here.
Colin McCaughrean.
I thought we may have saw a little bit of a celebration. Maybe that due to the nature of the game with Van Velzen in the last match of which he played. Maybe just holding him back a little bit from that. But ends up breaking the throw in a leg that he was
35.
never really in.
$140. $60. $100. $180.
I suppose that just goes to show exactly what I was describing a moment ago, that little bit of inconsistency. 35, 60, maximum with all three fitting inside a very famous mint.
The Marco Mint.
90. Ricardo, you require 121.
1-2-1. Can't be done. Sorry, what's going on? Treble 17 not got.
57. Colin, you require 136. $76. Ricardo requires 64. $44.
Well, he's had opportunities here, Ricardo
Colin, you
Ham.
require
It's
60.
kind of like the early days. The early darts which he was throwing, because he was having opportunities and not taking them and was getting punished. I mean, the bonus is it's not in the way.
20. Ricardo, you require 20.
So double 10 for Ricardo, now up for double 5.
No score.
However, that's drifted wide, and so McCaughrean will come back for double top
Colin,
to
you
make it
require 40.
3-0.
Game shot on the
3-0
third
it
leg.
is.
Colin
And he
McCaughrean.
finds himself now to within a leg of a comprehensive
Fourth leg,
victory
Ricardo to throw first.
to
Game on.
finish off his day.
I mean, you don't have to be a genius to see where this game's been won and lost at the moment. You just have to look at the checkout percentages here. Ricardo hammers a 10 darts at a double.
55.
Across these first 3 legs, missed them all. Not been perfect for
96.
Colin, but he's been at that ratio of which we keep saying time and time again you need to be. 33%. Textbook versus mistakes.
140.
Yeah, effectively put yourself in a position where if you get 3 in hand when you come to the board, you should expect to finish it off.
44. $100. $131.
131 doesn't really make much of an endemic mark. 6 and 206.
60.
However, the treblist turn there does give a bit of an olive branch back to the Northern Irishman.
60. Ricardo, you
Only
require
60 means that the finish
146.
he's left is the biggest one on the board.
100.
Ton for Ham. For now,
Colin, you
it's the
require
170. It's the
170.
big fish. It's the big one to finish it off, and to finish off his day he's not going to get.
40. Ricardo, you require 46.
Double top to reduce the gap back down to 3-1. He's unable to get. And so McCaughrean here
Colin, you require
looking at 130 to wrap this match up by 4 legs to 0. And he's going to get a dart. He's not going to get a dart. He should have had a dart, but he's missed a big number.
Could see the deflection, couldn't you? Hitting the flight on the way through. Chase down
90.
the treble 20. Is the argument
Ricardo,
there to have just
require
opened it up
40.
and made sure for the big 20? Maybe, but you also look at the scoreline. He's 3-0 up. He'll have another opportunity, you feel. He might be in this very
30.
leg.
Well, it could be a case of
Fine,
all's
you
well, but
require
ends
40.
well in the end for Colin McCockrum. Double top to wrap up a 4-0 win,
Game
to
shot
wrap
and a
up
match. Colin
his
McCockrum.
day. And for Ricardo Ham, he might feel as if that is an opportunity missed. It's another win. That's win number 2 of the day. Coming up next, Stephen Johnston takes on Harry Ward. Our penultimate game on this Thursday afternoon is a meeting between Stephen Johnston and Harry Ward. Before the break, Colin McCockrum got the better of Ricardo Ham by 4 legs to 0 to finish off his day. For Johnston and Ward, they are looking to finish on 8 points, win 4 from 5 in their opening endeavours in this Group C, and come off the back of their first defeats of the day in their previous matches. For Harry Ward, he lost 4-2 to
First leg,
Ricardo
Steve, to
Ham.
throw first. Game on.
Stephen Johnston lost out in the last leg decider against Oliver
100.
Mitchell. So the winner will be guaranteed top spot come what may overnight, going into Friday's action at the Live Lounge. And Harry Ward kicks this game off in maximum
180.
style.
Looking to respond well, isn't he, Harry Ward? Because he was having everything his own way
97.
early on. Good couple of victories. But then against Ricardo Ham, a couple of missed opportunities, punished for them. And now looking to try and
59.
keep pace at the top of the table. Knowing a win here will allow him to finish top. A position that
100.
undoubtedly he came here thinking about. We can't say the same for everyone. I don't believe that every single person who's come to the Super Series this week has come here believing they're going to finish top of the table. But I do with Harry Ward.
180.
If anything, I'd be worried if he didn't. Because with what he's done this year, he should be
85.
expecting in this group of six, without
Harry
disrespect to the rest of the
82.
field, to be the player at the top of it come the end of it.
Absolutely.
62.
And we know players have different
Stevie require
vibes. don't they? I just want to
119.
get to Saturday night. I just want to be competitive. Not Harry Ward. He wants to win.
99. Harry required 20.
So 2 10s to get Big H up and running.
Game
2
short on the
10s
first
fouled,
leg.
and Harry Ward finds
Harry
himself a
Ward.
leg to the good, breaking toe.
Second leg, Harry to throw first. Game on.
So if he's going to carry on in this format, Harry Ward may well be starting the car before too long. Well, both players kick off with a maxi.
$140. $60.
Again, just on the top wire. Kind of an ideal dart for him. Just have a look at the scoreboard as well, just see if he can make things a
51.
little bit easier for himself. He kind of has, even though that wasn't the intended target. Means he would get 2 darts at the treble of which he's been throwing at regularly. May not need to chase it down though, depending what happens here for Stephen Johnson.
49.
Finds a treble, but
Harry
the wrong
required
one.
130.
So 130 here for Harry Ward to lead 2-0. Treble 20 for the bull. Unable to get, didn't have to chase the balls if he didn't want to because Johnson 212.
58.
I get the sense he's in that type of move where he probably would have attacked it anyway.
100. Harry requires 72.
$24 left.
Game
24
shot on the
found.
second leg. Harry Ward.
2-0 Harry Ward.
It's ironic, isn't it? Because he was trying to
Third
leave
leg,
double
Steve
12 with the
to
first
throw
start. He
first.
ended up
Come on.
leaving it in the end, but maybe not the conventional way that you would expect.
140.
One thing we know, though, about Johnson, he's very defiant. But he's going to have to be very good, because that is excellent, isn't it, from Harry Ward? Back-to-back 15 darters.
96.
In terms of an average, it's 100.
$60.
Well, both players, well, up until that last dart, were averaging 99. Harry Ward's average ticks
180.
beyond the ton again.
85.
Just look at that. We are in leg number 3. Harry Ward has already fired in 4 maximums.
45.
We used the words world class earlier on with the performance from Harry Ward. And you've got to use them again here.
140.
But defiant here from Steve Johnson.
$44. Steve, you require 76.
So 76 here to get something on the board. And
Game
something
shot
on the
the
board
third
Stephen Johnston gets.
Steve Johnston.
Back we go to 2-1.
Well, legs would be needed
Full flag, Harry
if
to
the
throw
most
first.
180
Come on.
record was to be challenged. But I know records inevitably always get broken, but this is one that I think is going to stand for quite some time.
97.
Most 180s hit by a player in a game, 7. 7!
And to put that into context, we've had longer
96.
gains here in the World Seniors at the ADC Global Championship, and that 7 hasn't been breached either. We've had games go best of 19 and not go
40.
that long here at the Global Championship before the World Seniors events.
83. $41.
Hayward's just beginning to dip off here.
100.
And to give Stephen Johnson all the credit in the world, he is jumping all over it.
$180.
180 record of 7. In a bit of trouble. Harry Ward finding his 5th
140.
maximum of this game
Harry
already.
require 143.
Unable to get, but this game from 2-0 up, Harry Ward, it should be
42.
back
Steve, you
to
require
an equal
82.
kill 2 in a couple of moments' time. 68 left. Could keep up this perfect record of leg being 1 in 15 if he can find the bullseye.
57.
But the problem was, as you could see, the flight of dart 1
Harry
was
require
very much
101.
obscuring the target. Joe 19 gives him a poke at double 12 for the 101 and a 3-1
And
lead.
on the four flag.
Just
Harry
when he
Ward.
was under a bit of pressure, Harry Ward finds a ton topper to
Fifth
put
leg
himself
Steve
3-1 to
for
the
a
good
first.
and to
Come on.
put him one away from 8 points overnight.
60.
That's world class. You mentioned it before in terms of Harry Ward, but you're put under the pump by your opponent. You evade a dart to be pegged back level from 2-0 in front.
55.
And then you find something just when you're having a bit of an off leg and just keeps his opponent at arm's length.
100.
And it means come what may. Of course he wants to get it done here, but if he loses this leg, he's got the guarantee of one opportunity on throw to win this contest.
140. $45.
Well, he won't care about 180 records. He will just care about picking the win up. And it doesn't matter what target he goes for, he's seemingly finding.
134.
And he almost did everything right there.
140.
Almost. However, could be a complete and utter irrelevance because he's, again, hitting 2 big trebles.
132.
Simply put, the 156 has to go.
156.
Yeah, you can't allow Harry Ward 3 darts to win the match because the way this is going,
100.
this is going to be another Harry Ward masterclass.
Harry require 40.
Tops to wrap up a 4-1 win and to save his best performance for the last one. Double 10. 2 5s to cross the line.
35.
Well,
Steve, you require 56.
unexpected. Maybe not so much just the misses, but how they came as well.
Game shot on the fifth
Kicking
leg.
all over the place.
Steve
And
Johnston.
that defiance once again from Johnson.
Six flag Harry to throw first. Game on.
Here we go again.
97.
This will be the one that Stephen Johnson from 3-1 down would have thought was the tricky one. The one that he's got to
58.
win against the Harry Ward darts.
Almost number 6.
$140.
Well, 140 means that Johnson should start downstairs when he comes back. Harry Ward looking for 2 trebles to leave himself on a finish. It's not going to get.
60. $95.
Well, they're all shoehorned close together, but somehow he only finds the 1 treble from that particular turn. Should look down at the 19s, does look down at the 19s. And so as a consequence, leave himself on 164 to get it wrapped up. Finish, he had hit against
96.
it by Oliver Mitchell
Harry
earlier on
require
today.
164.
But this would be some way to bring what has been a rather productive day to a close. He's not going to get, and Johnston loitering here on 112. He's going to get a chance to take us all the way.
124.
Beautiful setup play again from Harry Ward. Ask the question, doesn't have the answer on this occasion. Can Harry Ward cross
72.
the line this time?
So
Harry
double
require
top
40.
to make it win number 4 of the day, to top the table overnight.
Game shot.
And
man of
top
match,
the
Harry
table,
Ward.
Big H Will, following another big W, his 4th of the day. Well, we thought the 11-4 odds a bit before dart was thrown this afternoon looked a little bit ludicrous. They were made to look so. Harry Ward will top the Group C table going in to Friday's play. He beats Stephen Johnston by 4 legs to 2. Our final game, a meeting between Keanu Van Velzen and Oliver Mitchell. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break we saw Harry Ward get the better of Stephen Johnston by 4 legs to 2. The afternoon is going to be rounded off with a meeting between Oliver Mitchell and Keanu Van Velzen. Keanu looking to get his second of the day. Oliver Mitchell looking to move on to 6 points alongside Stephen Johnston. Harry Ward's going to top the table. Come what may at the end of the day. And he picked up that 4th win from 5 before the break. Keanu got his first win last time out in a rather tempestuous affair against Colin McCochran. Up against Oliver Mitchell, who so far today been hot and cold. But the last performance was very hot against Stephen Johnson, 143, averaging 92.08. 4 from 8 in terms
41.
of his finishing in that particular contest. And he knows if he can win this game, Matt, that 6 points overnight, couple of Harry Ward at the top. Fact that this game will be flipped and reversed. It'll be the first match tomorrow. He knows if he can do the double over Keanu, he is very much in play in terms of getting out of this group.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this really could be quite a key fixture for Mitchell. Whenever I played in a Group A or a Group C, you always wanted to be the last game. Because by being the last game, you're the first game on the next day. You've got that big swing, that scoreboard pressure you can apply if you can do the double over your opponent. Absolutely. But with the flip side of that, there's also that bit where you can knock yourself out of the running
66
against the same player. Like Van Velzen could find that happen to him here.
Not the first meeting between Van Velzen and Mitchell in this building, because Keanu's brother Marvin
83.
did play Scott Mitchell in this building before. As Keanu, maybe that first win is just giving him a jolt of confidence. That 180 puts him in control of this opening leg on throw.
84. Keanu require 114. $58. Oliver require 155.
So 155 here for Mitchell. Not going to get to Van Velzen. Should get 2 in hand when he comes back to strike the first blow in this contest. But he's going to have to convert it this time, you feel.
Keanu require 56.
Well, that wasn't the intended target there for Van Velzen. Needs another one of those. Okay, that was the intended target the first time round, but now it's double 16. I like this. Just take a little moment.
40.
He hasn't gone to plan. Reassess.
Oliver,
do it as 2 parts.
16.
Kevin Painter used to be very good at that, didn't he? Playing the game almost over shots as 2 parts.
Game shot on the first leg. Oliver
Mitchell finds the double 4, gets the break in, leads 1-0. See much of your old sparring partner Kev recently?
I saw him the other day, actually, yep.
How is he?
He's doing well. He's doing well. He'll be here at the Super Series again in the not too distant future. And I think he's going to do quite well. He's looking good. He's playing well. We had a good session.
Good to hear. Yeah, KP, always a character. Always good value when he's here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
Second leg, Oliver to throw first. Game on.
Well, I get the sense Oliver's enjoyed his debut day here, because that smile hasn't really been wiped off the face for the moment he's walked through the door here.
34.
It's a step up, isn't it? And everyone enjoys the step up. You do it, it's fun, it's exciting. There's no real scar tissue. There's no real massive expectation.
59.
You have expectation of yourself, but you don't feel it so much from other people. And it's almost like a bit of a freebie, a bit of a free shot.
45.
But you can see from the reactions he expects more from himself. There's more in the locker. We've seen in his results, I wouldn't be surprised if he's one of those
55.
players that on day 2 plays better than on day 1.
And which makes this game so important if he can win it and move on to 6 points, because he just puts himself in play, very much in play. And as I say, with the way the fixtures are reversed, if he can do the double here with Keanu, he's got every chance of progressing through the Saturday night's final. And who knows? We mentioned that week, didn't we, that Wesley Plazier went
100.
nuts. That it was a player from Group C that went on to win that week, Adam Paxton. If I remember rightly, it was an all-Group C final against Michael Warburton, who subsequently knocked Cam Crabtree out of that week.
99. Well,
Maxi for Keanu.
$171.
He's got to be an asset of his game elsewhere as well. This can't be a one-off because he's so good on that treble 19.
47. Oliver, you require 94.
94 for 2-zip. So Van Velzen back here for 60
86.
to get the break back and to level this game up at 1 apiece. He's kind of been quietly going about his business in the background in this game, Keanu, but an opportunity here to strike back. That was dangerous. However, I suppose the only positive is there was more bed to aim at, but either that or tens was found.
Oliver, you require 8.
See, again, that's where people look at the same activity very, very differently.
Game shot in the second leg.
Players
Oliver
view things
Mitchell.
very differently to how we do now. And absolutely, we look at that and go, oh, bonus, you've just opened up the bed. As a player, you know that that dart wasn't released right. You feel like you've pulled it, dragged it down. You fear the panic.
Third leg, Keanu.
But the second it comes out the hand, you know it's destined to go close to the treble 20.
Game on.
We dropped the dart there. He was just checking he was able to go get it. Absolutely. We've had this conversation before, haven't we? Was it Dan Lowby, wasn't it, who had the dart removed?
Yes. Paul Hinks
81.
saying that it was in a throwing action that the dart was dropped, so the dart was then disallowed.
The ruling is the dart must be thrown in an overhand and deliberate fashion
27.
for it to count. So if it comes out the hand as passing dart to dart.
Yeah, the Danny Lowby one, basically, what happened was
123.
he brought it up to his elbow, but then the dart, it wasn't set firmly in the hand. So he's brought it up, but it's then slipped out of his hand as he's then brought it up. And
140.
that's why Paul Hicks disallowed that particular arrow. It was a bone of conjecture at the time.
And as we just saw there with Van Velzen, it was on the movement upwards. It wasn't
81.
overhand. It wasn't deliberate. He gets the dart to throw. I remember back in the day, some local leagues would have very different rules on that. I once played in a
100.
league that said if you drop the dart and it lands in front of the OCHE, you can't pick it back up to throw it. That wouldn't have worked well for the likes of Gerwin Price.
17.
Oopsie daisy.
$140.
One visit can just change everything there. Mitchell now puts himself in a good position to break the throw of Van Velzen.
59. Oliver, you require 94.
So 94 here for 3-0.
$54. Keanu, you require 140. 100.
This for a double breaker throw, a
Only
leg away
required
from the
40.
match and full control.
Game shot on the third leg.
Full control it
Oliver
is.
Mitchell.
Double break it is for Oliver Mitchell, leading this game by 3-0. Now with the
Fourth leg, Oliver to throw first.
darts very
Game on.
much in hand to wrap the session up with a whitewash.
Now we can tell by the methods and the maths of which Mitchell is using throughout this
44.
game that he likes tops. That is his preferred double of choice. Hasn't really worked for him today, has it? Just keeps pulling the dart
100.
low.
$140.
Makes you wonder again, doesn't
100.
it? Tomorrow, what could happen for Mitchell if he's in contention and things like that asset that clearly is there. You don't go the routes he's going if you don't prefer that section of the board. If that starts to go,
60.
could he play himself into the top two?
Do you expect a better version of him tomorrow?
140.
Not that he's played poorly today, but do you expect a better version all round on Friday?
I expect a more consistent version. Because we've seen moments, but it's those darts that drag low and darts that stand a little bit
60.
more upright.
Can only require 161.
Just where he's got that timing a little bit off. It is a peculiar throw. It is a bit different. It does require a little bit more timing, making the game harder for himself,
64.
for sure. But when it's on, it's on. He could be leaving himself on a very nice finish here. What a time to find a 140 that is. Pressure on Van Velzen here, because if this doesn't go, it could be game over. Needs a treble. Oh, he went for the double, but
57.
didn't really commit to it. Let's see if Mitchell can end the day on
Oliver
that
required
target that he's
57.
clearly been trying to leave.
Double top to wrap it up
And the
with a
match,
4-0
Oliver
win.
Mitchell.
And that is another win for Oliver Mitchell. Ends on 6 points. He'll be more than happy with that. There we go. That's the camera, pal. So Oliver Mitchell beats Keanu Van Velzen by 4-0. That culminates our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth at the midway point of our day. Group C has come to its culmination, and at the halfway stage of the group, Harry Ward has the lead at the top of the table. As you can see there, a rather comprehensive end to the day, beating Stephen Johnson by 4-2. The only defeat was that 4-2 loss to Ricardo Ham at the top of that particular graphic. We can have a look at the table, and we can confirm Harry Ward's place at the summit. 8 points today, 4 wins out of 5. Good day's work, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. Harry Ward was our pick before the dart was thrown. He's halfway there, but a lot to play for. And you can see in regards to the league table that it only takes 1 or 2 results to go against you and it can all flip and change. Everybody's still in with a genuine chance of qualification. This is wide open going into tomorrow.
Most certainly, and we're at the halfway point of the week now. Our final group is about to get underway tonight from 10 o'clock when Group B gets started, and this is what we've got to look forward to. Danny Ayres and James Beaton have had a fantastic year on both the Challenge and Development Tour respectively. Matt Dennant is always a lively contender here. Badit Sagatsky and Jensen Walker will resume their campaigns, having finished 2nd and 3rd in Group A. And so that's what we've got to look forward to tonight. But in the interim, plenty coming up across Pluto TV, where coming up next, the Breaker Throw series deals with unique darts. That's the Chunky Stumpies of Stephen Johnston and that's of Gary Stone. That's coming up in a few moments' time. And then Danny Ayres is back tonight from 10 p.m. as Group B gets underway. And he'll be looking to make it through the finals and looking to make it through to a first Champions Week. But Saturday is objective number 1, and that will be live with us from 7:30 p.m. And then Dean Finn, former weekly winner, looking to do so for a second time when Week 8 gets underway Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. And of course, it's all live here on Pluto TV. For For Matthew Edgar, myself, Henry Deacon, and everybody here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, we'll see you tonight from 10 o'clock this evening. But until then, thank you so much for watching. Take care. Bye for now.
The new Modus Super Series champion. Oh my word!
It's another incredible moment tonight.
Jeff Smith!
It's matched out.
5-star performance.
Ball for big fish.
It's